just about going live on YouTube, and we'll start.
Is it Jero I'm seeing on the screen now?
Yes, my national director. This is Dr. Jero on the line.
How are you doing?
We'll start.
I'm very fine, my national director, sir.
Okay.
I'm very fine,
What
sir.
is happening? Where are you calling from?
Jero, I'm seeing on the screen now.
I am from Warri Delta State, Ward 3,
Okay.
polling units 12 and 13, reporting live. The materials came early, and voting is going on. Accreditation and voting is going on simultaneously, sir. Let me put them in focus. The situation here is that they mistakenly brought another register. You know, this is polling unit 13. So they mistakenly brought the one of 3. They've taken it now to sort it out so that the register for polling unit 13 will be brought. But as I speak with you, accreditation and voting is going on seamlessly, very peaceful in this particular unit. And the persons who are supposed to man, you can see, you know, I'm not allowed to go close. You can see them, they are doing their job, the ad hoc staff of INEC.
No, as an observer, hold it, as an observer, you should go close. The regulation permits the observers to get close to be able to observe everything, including looking at the material.
Yes, I'm close by. I'm observing close by. So
no, what I'm saying.
This is the second polling unit. That's polling unit 12.
Okay. Okay. Now, hold your thought here. I'm going to get back to you very soon. Just as hold on here. I think we are seeing what is happening on ground. We'll get back to you very soon, but I don't want you to leave. For now, I'm coming back.
I'm here.
All right. Good morning, everybody. This is the live situation room for the Church of Nigeria and ACNN. And so we are going to be having feedback from different polling units and some of our observers across the country. This is for the gubernatorial election in Nigeria and States House of Assemblies. So it's going to be some interesting time as we just have discussions, analyzing the processes and seeing what is going on. I have Mr. Olokpade Elijah. Mr. Olokpade Elijah, or is it Reverend? Please kindly introduce yourself and let us know where you are reaching us from. Also on the program this morning is the director of Conac, the Venerable Joseph Unwaya JP, who has also ensured that there are a lot of
Are you prophesying?
Observers out there to give us updates on what is happening. So it's going to be an interesting one this day. You can join us by sharing the Zoom link and being able to participate. We are live on YouTube this morning, and we are going to be having a wonderful discussion this morning. So let me begin with the director of Conac to give us how many observers are out there this morning, and what are the details of what the Church of Nigeria Anglican Communion is doing, looking at the governorship election. We are going to be looking at some of the states one by one, as much as we can analyze this morning. All right. Very good, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Korode. That is our dear manager who has made this election situation room possible, the manager of Advent Cable Network Nigeria. We thank you very much for the support you keep giving to Conac. I will pray that God will bless you and bless your team. This is the governorship stroke House of Assembly election 2023, precisely happening today on the 18th of March 2023. And Conac, that is Church of Nigeria Anglican Communion, is fully accredited by INEC and have deployed 423 personnel to observe this election nationwide. And we already have people all over, and these observers cut across clergy and lay people all over the country. And we'll be getting our report from them directly on the spot, and to let us know what is happening in the states. You know, we are in FCT, and by the arrangement, FCT have no governor, and FCT have no House of Assembly, and to that effect, election is not happening in FCT today. It is monitoring, observation that is going on from here, coordination of all the of what is happening all over the country. And we have already Dr. Jero Ejayeta reporting from Warri. If Jero is still on, I want Jero to come up and show us what is happening right now in Warri and the place exactly where he is covering. If Mr. Jero or Dr. Jero is on, can you let us know what is happening on ground in Warri? That is Delta State.
I think Dr. Jero is out.
Okay.
Maybe back. I can see Chibuzo Izwego.
Okay.
Please, can you introduce yourself and let us know where you are connecting to us, sir? Just unmute yourself and speak to us.
Chibuzo, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Yes,
Okay.
good morning. Can you introduce yourself and let us know where you are reaching out to us, sir?
Good morning, everyone. Special thanks to ACNN for the beautiful work we are doing. I'm Reverend Dr. Chibuzo Izogo from Abia State. I'm reporting from Mumbai and North LGA in Abia State. I'm reporting on the ongoing governorship and House of Assembly election. The INEC officials were here on time. Unfortunately, there is very low voter turnout. The last election that was held there.
Chibuzo, can you carefully give us the exact spot where you are now, if possible, the polling unit code, so that we know, or Nigerians will know specifically where you are reporting from in Abia State? The town,
thank you,
the
sir.
village.
I'm reporting from Umaya North local government area, Ayeke Ndume The polling unit code is 038.
038.
It's located at the community hall. 038, yes, sir. 038.
Okay. What is the name of the village or town?
Aheke.
Okay. Go on. Let us know what is on ground.
We have all the INEC officials on the ground. This is quite different from what we had on February 25th when polling opened around 11:30 a.m. Today, by 8 a.m., all the INEC officials were on ground. Electoral materials are already on ground, both the sensitive and non-sensitive materials. We have the polling agents, the party agents, all represented. But unfortunately, there is zero voter turnout. Relative as of now, we just have one voter on the ground. Possibly the apathy may be due to the outcome of the last presidential election, but we are still on ground trying to observe how things work out, trusting God that awareness will be created and then other voters will come on for accreditation and voting.
Okay. I think talking about voter apathy, it is expected considering what happened in the presidential election and the outcome that is being contested right now in the tribunal, the election tribunal. We knew that so many people may likely not come out for this election, and that is what we are reporting. But it is too early now to conclude exactly what the situation is going to be. Put eye on ground, and let's see whether more people will be coming out as the time goes. Now, how about the security situation on ground, considering that you are calling from Abia State?
Abia is very peaceful. Abia is very, very peaceful. Citizens are moving around, doing their legitimate duties without any fear of intimidation. There are no crises here. It's as calm as possible. It is quite different from what we see on the social media, where people escalate the situation as though the place is at war. Abia is calm and serene, very calm and serene.
No, that is good to hear. I think people out there should go out and vote. Abia is calm and safe. How about the security personnel? And is there any security personnel where you are now? And if there are they police or civil defense or military? Who are the security personnel on ground?
Okay, we have a police officer who is attached to the polling unit. He arrived very early with the INEC officials. Then we've also seen sites of other security men, police officers, members of the Nigerian Army parading around. They stop here, check, and then visit other polling units. But we have stationed here a member of the Nigerian police, an officer who has been here since morning, trying to maintain the peace of the environment.
Okay, just one policeman.
Just one, sir. Just one.
Is he armed?
No, sir. It's not. He's not. He's not armed.
In the last election, how many policemen were on ground in that particular polling unit? If that was where you observed, or in the other polling booth,
I observed the same polling unit during the February 25th presidential election. It was also just one policeman who was on ground.
Okay. I think that is good to know. Thank you very much for observing. we hope to come back to you after a while. And intermittently, if you notice something that is worth reporting to us, don't hesitate to let us know. We are taking note of
Thank
all
you so
these
much,
things
Daddy.
for the compilation of our
Thank you so
report.
much, sir.
It's good to see you
we
again
don't
after
need
a long time.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Korode, over to you. Check
Yes,
whether
thank you. Thank you.
Jero is live now.
Thank you, Reverend Chibuzo. We have various persons who are on the show now. I would just like them to all introduce themselves. I can see IK. I don't know where you are reaching out
from. Admin. Hello? 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 Can you hear me? There is a particular video that is showing on. You need to know which video is this and
Yes, yes, we are working on that.
Okay. Okay.
We are removing them.
The observers, please be getting ready to make your report. There is an infiltration into the system, and the engineering department is trying to take off that video that came in. We don't know how that video and how it came in and
yes,
where it was
these are just spammers. I think it must have been shared on some of our platform where there is invaders. So we'll continue to watch out for them and eject them as fast as possible.
Okay, now can I appeal to all participants who are already online to make sure they enter with their own name so that we can easily know who is speaking, and possibly put your diocese or state so that we can easily know who is speaking, and that will enable us to take off invaders whenever we notice them.
We have Reverend Ayodeji. Please, can you put on your video and speak to us?
Reverend Ayodeji, yes, you can speak to us.
All right, who is that? IK.
I think Ayodeji need to unmute his mic. His mic is on mute. Yes, he need to unmute his mic. Ayodeji, can you hear me? Reverend Ayodeji, can you hear me? It's cool here in Abuja. The weather is bright, and I think everything is working fine over here at the headquarters, and we are just waiting to get more information from the feed. So if any of you is ready, you can indicate by raising up your hand so that the admin can easily recognize you and call you up to give us your updates. Don't forget, this is the 2023 gubernatorial and House of Assembly election going on now all over the country, and we are live covering hosting from Abuja, but covering all the whole nation. Try to make your contributions. We expect directors who are already on the feed to start making their own contribution. The person who is using Techno POP3 Plus should please report to us. Koro, they take over. I want to speak with my bishop. Yeah. Koro, they take over. I want to speak with
sir.
My bishop.
Techno, yes, go ahead, sir. Techno POP, please kindly introduce yourself, sir. The person using Techno, you have not connected your audio, so we can't hear you. Kindly connect your audio so that you can hear us. We don't have your audio in yet. We don't have your audio. We can't hear you. Please connect your audio. Reverend Ayodeji, if you can hear me, we are waiting for you to unmute yourself and give us your updates. Reverend Ayodeji. Okay. Thank you, Reverend Ayodeji. You have passed your information. So the election this day is going on across various states as provided by INEC, and it's quite impressive that we have various states who are conducting elections today. As the program is going on, we are expecting more persons to come in to share what is going on right in their states or in their polling units. We just heard from Abia State, from Reverend Chibuzo, who has given us an update of what is happening in this environment. And we're expecting more and more of such feedbacks from directors in various states and dioceses. So also we are going to be also linking up with some of our partners to show us what is happening in various states. What we have also noticed is that EFCC is out there at different polling units just to ensure that vote buying is reduced to the barest minimum. So as is being shown by some of our partners, who could see that there is, okay, I have Oladele Taiwo. But you are yet to connect your audio, so we can't hear you. Oladele Taiwo. You are not connected your audio. You have not connected your audio. Okay. Now we can hear you. We can hear you. Please, can you kindly introduce yourself? Oladele Taiwo, that's the only name we can see here. Please, can you introduce yourself, sir? And
yes,
where you are?
I am Oladele. I hope you are hearing me.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Are you hearing me?
Very clearly. If the audio is cracking, can you move to a better network reception?
Can you hear me properly now?
Yes.
Can you hear me properly?
Yes, I think we can hear you now. Well, I don't know if it's my network, but it's getting very cracky. We can barely hear you, sir.
Okay. I hope you can hear me now.
Yes, it's getting a bit clearer.
Okay.
Are you from Ado? Sorry, which state, sir? Unfortunately, I can't hear you properly. Maybe we'll reconnect you again and get back to you. Maybe we'll reconnect and get back to you. We can barely hear you. Can you hear me, sir? Okay, but we can't hear you properly. So we'll reconnect back to you later. Maybe your network will get a bit better as time goes on. Thank you, sir, for making efforts to connect. But we can barely hear you, and we would like to hear from you. So it's still the Conac and ACNN situation room, and we are trying to ensure that we're able to link up with everyone who is trying to connect. So let me just share briefly with us we have Collins. I don't know if Collins can hear. You've not connected your audio, and so we may not be able to hear you. We may not be able to hear you, Mr. Collins. Kindly connect your audio. Kindly connect your audio. Mr. Collins, please kindly connect your audio. We can't hear you, and it will be good we are able to hear you.
Hello. How are you today? Oh, my bad.
All right, I will be trying to share with us live broadcast from channels, as we also
ballot paper. She's getting two,
try
one
to.
for the governorship and one for the House of Assembly. So she's waiting for a top. It's an open secret balloting system. For whatever political party you are voting for, nobody gets to know. Do it just behind the scene over there. So he's done. So let's watch what happens. This is a governorship box. So there you go. Insert it. Simple, easy. And the House of Assembly, he put it right there. And the man is Ezekiel. So, my brother, how are you? Can we speak to you for a moment? How did the process go for you? Seamless for me, just very easy. My finger was checked on the device, and then for me, the fingerprint didn't come out with the data, so he had to take my picture. And immediately I was given the two ballot paper, and then I went there to vote for my choice, and then came here to submit it. Very, very simple. Can I with your thumb? I mean, you must have put your thumb. Oh yeah, that's it. Not very, but yeah, it shows that you are voted. Did they ink your thumb, your finger to show that you are voted, so you cannot vote again? Did they do that? They've not done that. Okay. Oh, fantastic. So let's look at it again. The process seems to be going way, perhaps. Let me pray for a moment. But how the people behaving today?
Actually, we had work on accreditation, but I have to try it. Tell her to step aside. Then I attempt to draw that person before I try it again. And it works. It works. Yeah, that is really experience so far.
But everything seems to be working well. Fantastic. So what happens? You put a PVC right below underneath.
The voter thing, right? If the fingerprint is not working, then we can use the picture of the image of the voter. Either of the two will work.
But have a paper to use. Okay, I thought that
Yes, sir.
So there is the other side of the beavers. This is to take
of the results, sir. So after the whole process, we have to do some calculation and ensure that the number of votes here is tallied with the number of accredited voters. And if that is done, you have to do the calculation, paste it here, and do an online transmission to the INET portal directly. And this is what we use that for.
Can you raise it up a bit? Yeah, so that's it. Yes, that's it. Yes, that is the camera. And there seems to be a lighting sensor there that takes the picture, that helps the ace with the picture, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, fantastic. So, apart from that, is there any other duty or role that the people play in this process besides that?
Accreditation.
Well, most certainly we'll go back to Sharon because that's a very, very interesting session he's having. When we eventually get back to him, hopefully, because that's quite extensive, I wanted to find out from him, from what EFC guys told him, whether or not, is it that really there is no vote buying, or the politicians that devise new ways of
I thought I was the only one that had a question for him about that, because I was going to ask him, okay, since there's no vote buying, is there vote inducement? Someone told us about food being given to, or are they in the same document form? I guess we'll have to take him up on that later.
Yeah, we have another correspondent from the southeast. I believe this is Tope Kuteyi. Tope has the latest from polling unit in Abia State. Tope.
Good morning, citizens. We are here this morning at LA Primary School, Umusu, Ubakala, in Umaya South local government area of Abia State. And right here at this polling, we have 3 polling units and accreditation and voting is ongoing, and it's been peaceful. We could see some security operatives also present here to forestall any breakdown of law and order. And to some extent, I do not think the turnout is encouraging for now, because we've been to several places this morning and we've not really seen large turnout of voters. Just before I got here, there was also a scenario at St. Silas Primary School here in Old Umaya, in Umaya, the state capital, where some polling and presiding officers were complaining of lack of transportation to their places of assignment where they will carry out their primary assignment today. But shortly after then, the authorities were able to address the issue, and they left, even though it was late, because they were supposed to start accreditation and voting by 8:30 according to the ACNN guideline. But then it was about past 9 before they could leave for their places of primary assignments. Also, just around that place too, we have some other place just around that same. When it should start, it started around 9, but it's been peaceful. We also saw aged people, 75-year-old women, 77-year-old women also. The thing about it is the excitement in their faces to exercise their civic responsibility today. And one message they have for INEC is to ensure that their votes count and this election remain credible, free, and fair. Just right now, I have someone with me here. He's a voter. He just cast his vote here. He has something to say about this election.
Right there, put a gym.
Just exercise your civic responsibility.
Yes, I've done that. Very, very calm and cordial. The environment, we have 001, we have 007, and we have 0017. So the thing is calm, is cordial, but the turnaround is very, very poor because of this is farming season. Probably many have gone to farm, but they will still come out. And the election is peaceful, is calm, and people are happy doing it. In a lighter mood, but we believe that the turnout will come up later because of the farming season of this very particular place. Okay, on the part of the INEC officials, they come early at this polling. Yes, start at the right time. Yes. Unlike the previous one, today timing was okay. They came up very, very early, but not all that early because they are not that early. Yes, and at 7, probably that of 8 to 8:30 they were here before. Time is okay. That is, they came very, very to 9. That not all that late, but it wasn't not at the timing. Timing of it. So what do you have to say about the security? The security, the agent, the police people are doing well. Initially it was rowdy, but later they calmed the situation down. The scenario presently is okay, and the environment is quiet, peaceful, and the voting process, as you can see, is going on normal. You're welcome. Yeah, we're still here in Umaya, the Abia State capital. We're going to go around the 3 senatorial districts in Abia State to ensure that we'll bring you up to speed with events and happenings around here. Yeah, we've been going around there's low, minimal activity. There's due to the election, there are no movements around the streets, but this morning also we saw some people using the opportunity to go for their regular exercise, early morning exercise in some places around the state capital. Some are also playing football on the streets here in Umaya, but by and large it's been peaceful. We're going to go around now to also bring you more details about this election in Abia State. Ubakala, LA Primary School in Umaya. Thank you. Are you still there? I know you want to.
Yes, but just hold on for a minute. I wanted to find out from you whether you talk to the guys who are playing football. Whether you found out from the guys who are playing football why they are not voting. Meanwhile, just give us a general assessment from your view and what you've heard, and I'm sure you're speaking to other people across the 3 senatorial districts in terms of security. How safe is the state for voters to come out and vote?
Okay, first I will tell you that contrary to speculations before now that the Southeast election might not hold in the Southeast due to the security situation, but I can tell you just from the Presidential and National Assembly elections, it's been peaceful. The election went smoothly and without any form of violence. So yesterday, when I spoke to some people on the street, they were also appealing to security operatives to ensure that the same way that was peaceful, this should be peaceful. And for now, we've not recorded any form of violence.
Okay, so we have quite a number of feedback. I can see Emmanuel Ikechukwu Onovo. Please kindly
bless you.
Introduce yourself, sir, and where you are.
Oh, I know.
So it's not really new.
Yeah, I'm General Emmanuel Onovo, Director, Diocese of Niger West.
Great to see you, sir. So how is the election in your environment, sir?
Basically, people, you see the boxes we have.
Yes.
And for the House of Assembly, so people are so excited to vote for candidates of their choice.
Going on smoothly. I'm going to
it's also part of the government. So
another polling unit now to supervise what is going on there.
So how is the situation in those areas? Is there
the problem
is there turnout?
is not like
materials arrive early?
Yes. People have started voting, but the problem is that people are not here in mass. Just few people. Yes, just few people that that are here. I will show you now in a second as I drop.
Okay.
Yes.
We are with you.
So just a few people you can see.
Niger West is in Anambra State.
Yes, Anambra East.
Okay.
Anambra East.
And Anambra is not voting for governorship, just for the House.
No, we are only the State House of Assembly. Only the State House of Assembly.
Yes. Let understand that. Oh, so the turnout is quite low.
The turnout is very, very poor. You can see it.
So what
Very,
can you
very poor.
attribute to this turnout in your own observation? What's your observation to this low turnout?
I know that the last election, after people casted their votes, the votes did not count. The votes, so people are very, very weak to come out to vote.
But have you observed the officials? Were they early enough at the beavers properly in shape before the election started? Well, we can't hear you anymore. We can't hear you. Hello?
Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can hear you now.
I said they are using beavers. They are using beavers.
Okay.
Yes.
Were you able to assess the materials before the election started?
No, I just arrived now at the polling unit for this polling unit. I just arrived. When I arrived there, they have already voting. Yeah, started voting.
Okay. Thank you very much. We will keep following you up with other polling units. But it will also be good if we can just move closer to observe what is happening there and get us more details. Thank you very much, Manuel.
Thank you.
All right, that Venerable Emmanuel Ikechukwu Onovo from the Diocese of Niger West in Anambra State, giving us some updates on what is happening in his environment there. And as we can see, there's a lot of voter apathy in that place, which he has attributed to the fact that people felt that their vote is not counting. And so, but I think it's proper to encourage people to go out, to still go out and cast their vote. Go out and cast their vote. It's very important. I'll be waiting on the director of Conac to also speak to some of these observations. As has been seen, there is voter apathy in some areas that has been visited, and there are turnouts in some places, which also tells about what is happening. We are expecting more feedback from observers who are on field, and we hope to have them as soon as possible to see what is happening. Again, I'll be linking us up with another field reports from some other TV station, which will help us to also have some level of understanding of what is going on the field. So,
Emmanuel finished still. And in Abuja, you know, who will also be joining us. But Mr. Kuno, you were making a point. If you can link that to the you know, what Gbadebo has said and what we are seeing so far. In the first place, when somebody's on a racetrack and whilst you're ready, you actually hear the sound of the gun, and there's an infraction because somebody amongst the
has actually jumped, you find out that each time that error comes up, the enthusiasm and being fired up reduces. And that's a fact of the matter. 25th, we were supposed to wait for 2 weeks, and people were all out and ready, and were told just 48 hours before Saturday, Wednesday night, that the election had been extended or postponed by 1 week. That, in the first place, would make people who perhaps have traveled to the core interiors of their villages to actually feel, goodness me, what is going on here? And they have to return for businesses. Don't forget that the fact that we're on holidays for about a month or thereabout because of this election has resulted in people not attending to their businesses, or even some organizations are operating in half. That's one part. The issues that emanated following the elections of February 25 are realities that we have to look at as more or less as the microcosm of a larger Nigerian problem. Because if you check it, we're talking about INEC. But INEC is only one of the several institutions responsible for the delivery of good governance. INEC is one in the many chains of value expected that people should leverage and experience the betterment of their lives. So when INEC, for instance, goes into an election and you find out that certain things that happened at the respective polling unit actually contravenes the obvious provisions in the Electoral Act 2022 as amended, obviously that's another thing. We also found out that certain persons were injured at the February 25th poll. Because if you're talking about the reason people are not as out as we see them, you need to bring all of the reasons together. And that is why theories are very important to solving problems, especially if you are doing dissections within the academia. So that is also one part of the issue here, that a lot of people who perhaps felt their lives were threatened, maybe after they found out they didn't support them or vote for a certain political party, also have their lives more or less like, is it about election? Then if you look at it, the thing said by Ruth Vival, the candidate of the Labour Party, is also spun into the narrative regarding the fact that some polling units that were supposed to be on certain estate, of course, the things he said could still be at the level of allegation, because we're not taking there. We've not had your correspondent talk about it. So for now, the alleged, improper position of the people that should be on the estate but were outside is also another factor. He talked about inducement, talked about threat, talked about all of those things. Well, we could say that some of those things were true from the last election, but the thing that he said now, some of those have to be verified. But in all, it must be said that the Nigerian system, particularly the process of addressing issues or doing things, must evolve. Must evolve because we are a leading nation. And if you check virtually all walks of life across the globe, Nigerians keep adding value and are core part of the process of advancement in many advanced democracies. It means, therefore, that this nation has the capacity to replicate even something more than that, because immediately if your best hands and heads are not delivering the value that could actually result in incremental investment and particularly foreign exchange for your country, then another country benefits from that. We know how many Nigerians are in the cabinet of President Joe Biden as we speak, and of course the UK government. So I want to say here that this process that we perhaps have not managed well should be the issue. And we must also ensure that ditto all walks of life, particularly as it concerns governance, as it concerns government policy, as it concerns fiscal finance, we must begin to look at the areas where processes are not done well. There was something the Labour Party governorship candidate said. He said some people didn't come to the polling units because they've not been paid for the last election. Let me say this. I have right on my phone. If I take my phone, I'll show you somebody saying that it was part of the last, one of the ad hocs. They paid the person last week, just 2 or 3 days ago. INEC paid the person. For the job done. For the job done 3 weeks ago. This is international TV. My phone is out there. I can read the message right here. I'm saying here that INEC should also endeavor that things like this don't happen. Pensioners will work. Data say, for instance, 90-month backlog of pensions. And the same state produced a running mate for governorship candidate. These are things we bring to the fore. Lagos, for instance, we're talking about certain issues regarding the sanity of the streets of Lagos, the sanity associated with people who don't have business managing our traffic, holding state. Those are some things that we, so process is very key. So I have to say that as far as these elections are concerned, whilst people will go to court as they are already in court for the February 25 elections, it must be made very clear that things associated with INEC not paying people as and when they should pay people is a reflection of the larger Nigerian problem, and INEC cannot be subtracted from that burden because it is a bigger body that INEC is representing.
All right.
Yes, please.
All right, Mr. Kunu, let's hook up with Dr. Joe Abba. It's actually Dr. Abba that we have in Abuja studios. He's a former Director General of the Bureau of Public Service Reforms. Good morning, Dr. Abba. Good to have you join us on this special coverage.
Good morning, Steve. Good morning, Ruth. Good morning, Nigerians.
Good morning. Thank you very much. Well, voting is underway. What are your thoughts? What are your expectations? Can INEC get it right this time around? Are you confident?
Well, my thoughts, first of all, are a sense of gratitude that our democracy is 24 years old. We've come from a very long way from the times of military rule to when people were just writing results in hotel rooms while voting is going on, to a scenario where with the 2022 Electoral Act, a number of the issues and challenges that had been identified that impeded INEC's ability to perform have been addressed. They were given first-line charge in terms of their budgeting. The money to them was to be released at least a year before the elections. They were given powers to review and upturn the results issued by the head of a polling unit. They were given authority to decide how to transmit results. So a number of things that had been contentious issues in the past, the Electoral Act tried to address. And even in the middle of a cash crisis, I understand that INEC was provided with the cash that it needed to run the elections. They were provided with petrol to ensure that, or at least their vendors were provided with petrol to ensure that they were able to work. The Electoral Act also recognized the role of technology and validated it. And so, yes, INEC was empowered with almost everything that I think it needed to do to run good and credible elections. There were, of course, challenges in the presidential elections. The hope is that the 2 weeks between then and now is enough for INEC to have fixed a number of those challenges. I noticed, for instance, that for a change, INEC is now engaging on social media and providing frequent updates, because communication was one of the key weaknesses in the presidential elections. People had certain expectations which INEC itself had raised, particularly with regards to the electronic transmission of results. And you know, a number of people came out early to vote. The INEC officials were nowhere to be found in a number of places. So, you know, the hope is that today's elections, INEC officials would have arrived on time. It's been mixed stories so far across the country. In some places, they were there right on time. In other places, they haven't been. There have been reports of low voter turnout, and, you know, that is attributable possibly to a number of things, including you know, maybe it's just early and we just need to wait a little bit more to see whether the voter turnout improves. But I suspect that in some cases too, there may have been a sense of disillusionment, particularly for people who came out to vote in the last elections, stayed out under the sun and the rain, and were not able to vote. A number of the young people may also have felt that their expectations were not met. And like I said, a number of those expectations had been raised by INEC itself. So my hope is that those lessons would have been learned and that today's elections will be better than the one of the presidential one. Thank you.
I'd like to ask you, Dr. Ara, that there have been some speculations, some accusations and speculations that some of these polling units, like the Ruth Bible just said, that a polling unit that was supposed to be inside VGC was not being held outside the estate. There have been some speculations that in some other areas, there have been hoodlums already, causing havoc. My issue is, with INEC deciding or promising to deliver and not have any hindrances, shouldn't there have been a line, a hotline or so that you can call belonging to INEC when you see such discrepancies happening? They should have made that available, so anybody that sees what's untoward or what is not supposed to be happening can easily call, and they have access to INEC to make their complaints, and INEC can immediately rectify that problem. What's your take on that?
Yes, we can see.
Ruth is a very good point, and although elections are complex management activities to undertake, particularly where there are interdependence in various areas. So INEC has to work with transporters to move materials. They have to rely on
Korode, unmute your mic. Can you unmute
No, we
your
have,
mic?
thank you. We have Venerable Joseph Moya back, and
technological challenges.
I think we have somebody who is ready to give us an update with the name Oladile Taiwo.
Shouldn't you have known that?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. I hope you are hearing me.
Yes, we can hear you, sir.
Good morning, Mr. Oladile.
Good morning, Venerable. It's a pleasure to be reporting from. Like I said, this is I do local government for 3808.
Hold on.
Go ahead, sir.
Hold on. Let's take away. There are some people trying to infiltrate the platform.
Yes, we have removed them. We have
removed it. Okay, Oladile, please kindly reintroduce yourself and tell us exactly where you are reporting from.
My name is Oladile from Ogun State. I'm reporting from Ogun State. That's in Ado local voting at the officials came early. Came in about 5 minutes after. Sometimes preparing
I think, Mr. Ladele, the sound quality is not allowing us to hear what you are saying. You may need to again, whether the sound quality will be better. Because we could not even get your introduction properly, and the line is jerky.
Okay. What about now?
It's better now. It's better now. It's better now. You can go on now.
I said that my name is Oladile Taiwo. I'm
Okay.
reporting from Ogun State. Ado-Odo, local government.
Ado.
I am at what Ado-Odo, ADO.
Yes.
I feel ODO.
Yes, sir.
Yes, LGA.
Ado local government. LGA ward 0338.
Look, Ward 038.
Yes.
Okay. What is happening on ground?
Election have commenced. I have voted. The ACNN officials came early, like I reported or tried to report early. They came very early. They came 5 minutes after 8 o'clock.
Go on.
Accreditation and voting simultaneously, like the last election, where you have a crowd, which also created a problem. Today is different because the KB and not too like this last time. People are just coming in a few numbers, 3, 4. So accreditation is going on quickly, and voting is also going on.
Yes, we can see the pictures, though the voice is ceasing, and we can see that the environment is calm. If you can hear me, are there security personnel on ground?
Zero. No presence of security, as was the case the last time.
But how are the people managing to coordinate the whole process?
It's an arrangement between political parties agents, and in that wise, the arrangement is you can see some basic motivation or motivation of voter. If you like all its inducement, if you are seeing the pictures, you see people drinking, and this is given after you voted for a particular party. Names are being collected, obviously, for something else. So you have to vote before you go to a particular event to write your name down. That is what is going on.
Okay. How about the materials? You said you have voted. How about are all the materials available? And what can you say about the functionality of the beavers in that area?
The beavers work very well. The timing of application is between it's less than 2 minutes. So it's working very well. The materials are okay for now. And like last we have ballots for the presidential election. But now, so far, we have material some are
Mr. Oladele, thank you so much. Thank you so much for the report thus far. Unfortunately, the network have not helped us so that we can hear you clearly. But at least we can see the picture, the environment, and can manage to figure out what you are reporting. We would like you to come again later. Maybe then the network will be a bit better. But your effort is deeply appreciated. Korode, over to you.
Yes, we thank Mr. Oladele Taiwo for that effort there. And I think we also now have Jero Ejayeta. I think he's going to introduce himself properly and give us an update. Go ahead, sir.
All right, thank you very much. My name is Dr. Jerry Jaita, Director, Civic and Political Affairs, Church of Nigeria Anglican Communion, Warri Diocese. I'm covering from Ward 3, Unit 12 and 13. As we speak, the situation is going on smoothly. Initially, Polling Unit 13, I reported earlier, mistakenly they took their accreditation register somewhere else. It has been retrieved. As we speak now, they are here and accreditation and voting is going on simultaneously. So participants, voters are eagerly waiting for their turn. They are sitting in a very good manner. Everybody took their numbers. The INEC ad hoc officials came here as early as 7:50, and everything is going on as you can see. This is precisely the Staff Nursery and Primary School, Federal Government College Warri polling units. So this is polling unit 13. Right here, so far, so good, life, everything is going on peacefully. Thank you, sir. Let me take you to polling unit 12. They started much earlier. So most of the electorates have casted their ballots, as you can see, while someone that just came in is being attended to. And then those who have casted their ballots are sitting and waiting. Some have gone home, but others are waiting to see that at the end of the voters' exercise, their vote counts. The party agents are also here, but by the grace of God, this particular polling unit has been very peaceful, and it's always very peaceful in any of the election year. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. What do you say is the name of that very school where these polling units are located?
Staff Nursery and Primary School, SNAPS, FGC Warri, SNAPS.
Okay, SNAPS. SNAPS, okay. SNAPS Nursery and Primary School. Okay. What is the estimated time for an individual to complete the process of accreditation and voting? From your observation,
I think we're expected to round up this process by 2:30.
No, that is not what I'm asking now. I'm asking.
We're expected to round up by 2:30.
Yes, I'm aware of that, my doctor. Yes. What I'm trying to find out is what time did it take for an individual to be accredited to the point of voting? What did it take up to 10 minutes or 15 minutes, or we want to assess the functionality of the beavers?
Honestly, it didn't take much. It didn't take up to 3 minutes. The beavers sent here are functioning very well, sir.
Okay. So thank you very much for reporting.
Between accreditation and capturing, capturing and voting is within a minute or two.
Wow. As smooth as that?
Yes.
Okay, that is commendable.
If maybe if you are captured with cap and you do not come with cap, it will not recognize. If you have such situations, then maybe like 2-3 minutes. Otherwise, within a minute or two, you are. In fact, as we were talking, somebody has been captured and is going to take our papers to cast a ballot. And they are already on the second person, even as we speak.
Wow. That is great. Do you hope to be stationed there, or are you roving? Are you moving around other polling units, or you want
since I have stationed, you can see capturing taking place. Since I have stationed observers at the other units, I will station myself here so I can observe the processes from beginning to the end and get exact situation reports. While the other election observers have told them to stay in their respected area, except the places are close by, they can rove and then get all the reports necessary. Because where I am now, going out and coming back here, I may miss some vital information to report. I'm the only one here to cover these two polling units.
Okay, that is great. Put your eyes on ground. We'll get back to you maybe sometime after we have
Thank you,
taken
sir.
some other person. Thank you. Korode, over to
Thank
you.
you.
All right, thank you.
Dr. Jero, thank you for that feedback. And I think it's a good feedback from Maureen. And but I think the breaking news we are getting now is that some part of Lagos are under tension right away. Voters are being beaten and told to go back home if they are not voting for a particular political party. That is the situation report from Lagos. Even though there is high voter turnout in Lagos, people are being beaten, people are being told to go back to their house. That's the information we are having. As much as possible as I can get, we'll be having some of the pictures to display to our viewers. Yes,
yes, Mr. Korode, is it possible to get the exact spot, the description of the exact place, local government or area where these incidences are happening? I think it would be better as we are escalating it.
Yes, I think we'll be trying to get that. I just watched a live video of one of the Nollywood actress, Chioma
Akpota.
Yes, who just went live on social media while he and our vehicle were being attacked. So as much as we can get those details, I'll be getting them across to our viewers to see. But I think the situation is that some part of Lagos is currently being attacked.
That Akpota's report was on live video on Facebook Live. Was that on Facebook Live? Hello?
Yes, I think on Instagram. I'm trying to check which particular, but I think it was on Instagram.
Okay, Instagram. Okay. That Lagos, Kano, and one other state, Rivers, was put as a flashpoint, security flashpoint. Even it is expected, we expect that the police and other security agencies should do their work properly and ensure that no one is disenfranchised. So as we get more report from Lagos, we'll be talking about it here so that more people can get to know what is happening.
Yes, yes. But I think INEC and security officials needs to moving and also get things in shape so that some of these things are not escalated beyond normal.
Okay.
It's quite not good that people are not allowed to vote because of their party affiliation or whatsoever.
No, it's really a worrisome development because that was exactly what some of our observers on ground reported in the last election, that is during the presidential election. Our observer reported that some people were being forcefully sent away from police centers, and some were not allowed to vote because they were not willing to support or vote for a particular political party. So that is not good enough. We hope that this time security men will wade into it. The commissioner of police should be able to intervene on that so that voters can vote without being injured, and they can vote in an environment that is secured. You know, the question of tension has been a subject of discussion in Lagos since these electoral processes started. So let's watch development and know exactly what is happening. Can you check if there's any person in the waiting room who is ready to give us a report from another axis?
Well, we don't have anybody yet who has logged in. We are waiting for more people to join. We are waiting for more people to join. And
I can see Hope Samuel connected. Can we find out?
An Abuja person.
Eh?
That's an Abuja person.
Okay, okay. So let's always check out to know when somebody comes up online.
Yes. So now, while we are waiting for that, Director, yes, do you have some more information to give us, especially looking at voter apathy?
Yes. Now, after during general elections, we have always noticed that what happened in the first election conducted, in this instance, the presidential election, have a way of impacting positively or negatively on the next election that will follow. If people feel dissatisfied with the first election, there's always this tendency that they will stay back when it comes to the next election. When it comes to the next election. So it's not completely strange, but the level of the apathy is the issue. From the reports so far gotten, I think the voters' turnout is just too poor. And you can see again now where there's some people are turning out, like in Lagos, they are being harassed. So all these things have a way of either increasing voter apathy or lowering the number. So it's not strange for me, but it's an unfortunate development. But I had thought that the political parties will be able to sensitize their members well enough to know that sitting at home when the whole election processes is not yet completed is not the best in the circumstance. Like I was saying in the studio yesterday, people should be able to turn out in their states to prove the point they were making.
Director, sir, let me just share with you a video on Twitter now. If you can see this, let me just allow you to play back and see an INEC official announcing.
That means no news.
Announcing that they will not upload.
We are not uploading. If you want us to vote, we will vote you now. But if you don't want us to vote you, no problem. We are not uploading. We are not uploading. We are not uploading. We are not uploading. Your political agents, they are all aware of it. We are not uploading. We are not uploading. We are not uploading. We are not to upload. We are not uploading.
Mona can give you now one give. I know vote.
Uploading.
One can they suffer myself here. Now, it's again. I'm a minimum.
So that's just
this is strange and interesting.
Where the PO is already announcing that they are not going to upload.
Were you able to get the state and the LGA?
Yes, I will be trying to. I will try to get that. I just saw that on a journalist page on Twitter, but I will try as much as possible to find out from him if he has the name of that polling unit.
Because that is completely strange, and that completely negates the INEC guideline and the legal framework governing this 2023 general election. The Electoral Act 2022 specifically demands or require that.
So let me also play another video. This is confirmed from VGC. Let me see if I can also share that with everybody. From VGC, what we...
Totally unacceptable. This is automatic disenfranchisement. To risk our lives, risk everything, and then of course they are hoping and expecting, I guess, that many of us will not vote because of this and stay at home. This is totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. Totally unacceptable. This is automatic disenfranchisement because the people will be suspicious of what the motive is for this last minute change, and they would rather stay at home than risk their lives. INEC, we call on you to call your office.
All right, so that's just another place in VGC, and I think the major bone of contention now is that where POs are announcing that the results will not be uploaded at the polling units. So it would be nice if the director can still help us confirm from INEC office if this is the instruction given by some of these officials. INEC officials are saying they are not going to upload results at polling units. Although this is happening majorly now in Lagos.
Okay. That is what I wanted to confirm, to know where these videos are coming from. So if it is confirmed that it is coming from Lagos, I want to say emphatically, as an election observer, that I've been working closely with INEC, and as a person who have gone through the INEC guidelines, I want to say that that is completely wrong. You cannot say no PO have the right to say that he was not going to upload election result from the polling unit. It's completely against the guideline that is governing this present election. And if they go ahead along that line, I can tell you emphatically that it can lead to the cancellation of the election in the whole of that state. Because if it is an instruction, we need to investigate to know who gave that very instruction and why was that instruction given. The procedure for collation of result is clear. And I'm trying to, this is the INEC guideline governing the 2023 general election. That is what I'm holding in my hand. That is the INEC guideline. I will try to check, go to the session that deals with the transmission. I'm trying to see if I can locate that. And once I locate it, I will read it out here so that everyone will be well guided. Okay, let me just take it from counting, collation, transmission, and declaration of results. That is on page 18, the bottom page of page 18 of the INEC guideline. That is counting, collation, transmission, and declaration of result. At the close of the poll, the PO shall, 1, declare voting closed after every voter on the queue by 2:30 p.m. has voted. 2, cancel all the unused ballot papers by crossing them out. 3, sort out the ballot papers by party and thereafter loudly count the votes scored by each political party in the presence of the party agents and observers. 4, allow recount of votes on demand by any party agent, provided that such a recount shall only be done once. 5, cross-check the scores, enter the scores of each candidate in the appropriate form, and conspicuously paste the form EC60E. Failure to do so may amount to dereliction of duty. Then, number 6, sign, date, stamp the appropriate form, and loudly announce the votes scored by each political party. Then, number 7, I want those who are with us here to listen to this point number 7, and if possible, convey this to the POs or whoever is concerned in the area where they are observing election right now. Number 7 in the regulation says, take and photograph of the result sheet from EC8A with the beavers and transmit accordingly. Complete other required procedures and take the beavers an original copy of the form and result in a tamper-proof envelope to the ROA/ward collation officer. Number 7 says it clearly. Take the photograph of the result sheet from EC8A with the beavers and transmit accordingly before you now put the result in the tamper-proof envelope and take it to the ROA ward. So if there's a counter instruction that people should not transmit results, whatever they are doing there is already running counter to the INEC guidelines governing this 2023 election. And such polling agents should take note that election in such polling booths or polling units will be cancelled. So they have to do the right thing now by allowing people to vote freely and also be ready to transmit it with the beavers before they take the result to the award collation centers.
That's impressive, but from what we are seeing, especially across some polling units in Lagos, Director, I'll be sharing with you some of the polling units. I have a situation report from Lagos, polling unit 034, Agbadi bus stop, Ipakodo, that's polling unit with state code 241205034. We're being told that non-Yoruba speaking persons are being chased away by some political thugs. And this person has also backed up his claims with some short videos. People are being chased away from these polling units if they are not a Yoruba person. That's that. The other polling units where we have the PO announcing that results will not be uploaded at Surulere local government, PU093, junction of Odogbolu, Yarere Close.
Wait, can I take that one? Can you take that one slowly? Surulere?
Yes, Surulere. LGA. Ward 2.
Ward 2.
Okay. 093.
Okay, that is where they were saying that they are not going to upload the result.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
The PO refusing to upload. Okay.
Yes. So I'm also going to be sending that to you. I'm going to be sending that to you and also the attached video. All right, we have variable Sam and we have variable Emmanuel Onovo. We also have Olusegun Olaleye, although he hasn't connected his audio. I think he's still trying to do that. But we have variable Onovo and we have variable Sam. So let's take variable Onovo first. I can notice that he's with somebody there and he wants to give some brief report. Variable Onovo, if you can hear, please unmute yourself and share your.
Let him introduce himself and tell us exactly where he's reporting from. I think that should be from Anambra axis.
Yes.
But let him tell us the polling booth, the local government.
He has been here to give us a report before. Variable Onovo, if you can hear, please unmute yourself. Variable Onovo, can you hear us? Okay, I think it's not yet ready. All right. Venerable,
Hello?
can you go ahead, sir? We can hear you.
Okay, is if you're okay? I just finished monitoring more. I was with the local government chairman when maybe I don't know you are talking with the national director. I'm sorry. I have left Umoba Nam in Anambra East. I was going around the local government to observe what is going on. Play reward one. Exactly. I'm moving there right now. It's just 3 minutes. I will be there now. Things are moving smoothly. All the polling unit I visited.
Onovo, we are still listening.
Hello, the national director. Good morning.
Good morning. Nice to see you.
Yes.
I hope
Conac
is doing well over there.
Yes.
Oh, great.
Yes. I was talking with the local government chairman when you were talking. I don't know that you were talking then.
Okay.
Yes, I visited the polling unit of the local government chairman.
Okay.
And I'm rushing to another polling unit to observe what's going on there.
What is the name of that local government?
Honorable Dr. Anselm Honora.
Okay, of which local government council?
Anambra East.
Okay, Anambra East. Okay.
Yes.
What is the security situation there in Ezeagu? Land, you are in Ezeagu area now.
Yeah, things are moving smoothly. And people are voting, and they are voting with their beavers.
What is the security situation? Are there?
Security is there, and everywhere is calm. No violence.
Which are the security personnel that are on duty? Is it police or the military or civil defense? Which one are they armed?
Police.
Okay, the police.
No, it's police.
Okay.
They are police. They are with no arm. They are not with any arm.
Okay, not armed. Okay. How can you assess the voter turnout in Anambra so far?
Hello?
How can you assess the voter turnout in Anambra so far from the area you have covered?
I can talk about my area, Anambra East local government. Our diocese covers 2 local governments, Anambra East and the IMLM local government. So I can talk about the local governments where I am now. Here in Anambra East, things are moving smoothly. I don't know what's going on in other parts of the local governments areas in Anambra State. So I'm talking what is happening in Anambra East right now, where I'm moving around to supervise what is going on over there.
Okay. Thank you very much. We love to get more details as the exercise progresses. Thank you so much.
Hello?
Yeah, thank you. Can you hear me?
Thank you. Thank you. We hope when you get to another polling unit, you can give us more updates, especially as you have earlier reported of voter apathy. You showed us where just about 3 people were in a polling unit. So we would like to get you when you get to another polling unit and to give us a a feedback of what is happening there. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes.
It's okay.
Let's
It's
check the
okay.
waiting room to know whether there are some other persons waiting to make their report.
Yes, there is nobody for now. Where the two other people who came in have logged out. We hope they come in back. We are staying close to see what is happening in Lagos. A lot of situation reports of not allowing people to vote is what is being reported from Lagos, whereas some people also reporting serious concern on their polling units, especially in Lagos. For now, so the reports coming from Lagos are not too pleasant. We hope that the security operatives and INEC can take over some of this stuff.
Some of those messages. Okay. I also learned some people, some directors who are having some challenges are sending in video clips and messages from other areas.
INEC is expected to upload the results, and we are going to be monitoring that to see if they are uploading.
I also have, Mr. Korode, I
Yes,
also have with me now a video that I'm just viewing where the PO are categorically saying that they were instructed not to transmit any election at the polling unit, and that they were told that after they have concluded the process, they should come to the local government collation center where collation will be done. I think you from all indication, there's a plot to rig election here, and INEC need to up their game by coming in immediately to correct this wrong impression that is being created right away.
And can I also add to this? Let me just share the INEC IREF portal to you now, live. I'm sharing this with you live, as at the time now is 11:12, and as you can see on your screen, governorship election in Rivers State, you can see that 2 results have been submitted. And one can wonder which polling unit has started and concluded the
election by this time.
By this time, and the results have been uploaded. This is directly from INEC Rev. This is directly from INEC Rev, breaking.
Nice, IREV.
The high Rev, Rivers State, 2 results are already uploaded, and
that is strange. That is strange because I think before the exercise is concluded,
and
they
that
are expected to.
I'm showing that now.
Completion.
Yes, that is from Port Harcourt LGA 22. That's where the result has been uploaded. LGA.
That's from where?
22. And
What do
now
you call the LGA?
22. Port Harcourt LGA. Port Harcourt LGA.
Okay.
And let's open it and see which polling unit has been uploaded. Port Harcourt 7, Ward 7. We have one result there. I'm trying to open it to see which particular, and that's Baptist High School 1. Baptist High School 1. Baptist High School 1 with polling units. Polling unit code 32/22/029/029. The results there is what I'm trying to open now. Let's see if we can be able to view it. Let's see if we can be able to view it.
Can you give me the polling unit again from Baptist High School?
Yes, Baptist High School. The polling unit number is 32/22/07/029.
029. Okay, result already uploaded.
Yes,
in IREV at what time now?
The result was uploaded. The result was uploaded 8:49. As you can see on the screen, this is the result was uploaded 8:49. 8:49, March 18, 2023.
8:49 a.m.
8:49 a.m. 8:49 a.m. for
Can you
Baptist
imagine? How
High
can you
School
finish
1.
election upload result by 8:49 when the election is supposed to open at 8:30?
8:49. Just for us to take note, I'm still trying to upload to quickly view the results, and let's see what was uploaded there.
If we can view it,
download.
Let's see the content of that very result uploaded by 8:49 a.m.
Yes, this result was uploaded. Well, as you can see, it's just the image of some what looks like an INEC official. That's what you are seeing on your screen now. The face of a young man.
He is the one uploaded as a result.
Yes, this is what was uploaded as a result for that polling unit. That's what we are showing now on ACNN, and so it's. Let me see if I can quickly check on the second polling units, which we also observe, and that is Abu Loma Amadi, Ward 20. Ward 20. Still same Port Harcourt local government.
At Aboloma?
Yes, I'm trying to open it to see.
That's Ward 20?
Yes.
Ward 20 at Aboloma.
Ward 20, Aboloma Amadi.
Amadi.
The polling unit number is 32/22 32 32 /22 /20/068. And the polling unit that has been claimed to have been uploaded is Ojugbe Town Hall. Ojugbe Town Hall. So I will also try and upload. That was uploaded by
Ojugbe?
Yes, Ojugbe Town Hall. Ojugbe Town Hall. Ojugbe Town Hall. This was uploaded 9:55 a.m. So let's also try to see what is there.
Okay, that of Aboloma Amadi, uploaded by
9:55. The polling unit itself is Ojugbe Town Hall. The ward is Aboloma Amadi, and the local government is Port Harcourt. So
by 9 what?
9:55.
9:55 a.m.
So we are trying to see what is there. We've seen the other one that is just the face of an INEC official. We want to assume maybe it was test running or something, but that was not.
Yes, I wanted to say that that upload is clearly or was clearly done in error. It means when he was trying to set up the polling unit and open the beavers, that is where he carelessly uploaded himself as the result. So
let's say the second one is also trying to open. Let's see if that is also testing, and that will make me to see going through all the states one by one to see. We also have a situation like River State. This is River State, Port Harcourt, LGA.
Are you still trying to open?
Yes.
Okay.
The network is just a bit slow. We know a lot of people are using internet today, so we might be experiencing, but it's almost opening, and we'll see what is in there. We'll see what is in there.
You know what you just we just spoke about.
All right, this has just opened. This has just opened, and we could see that it might also have been done in error. The result sheet here is empty. Nothing has been filled. Nothing has been filled. So we can confirm that the results of this polling unit, Ojugbe Town Hall, was either also possibly uploaded in error, as there is nothing
written on the
written on the result sheet. So
now I think Mr. Korode, this is an eye opener that some of these INEC officials, especially the ad hoc staff, may not have been trained properly, because it is completely strange to see that an official, INEC official, uploaded himself and his photograph or empty sheet into the this thing. So now, as you are talking, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria is right now on channel, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, and I think he has just casted his vote and is trying to address the press.
So let me try.
The whole process has been conducted very well, and I just hope and pray that this is how this is being carried on across the nation. It's been a very pleasant experience. I'm glad that I was able to cast my vote, and also that so many of us who want to cast our votes today have been able to cast our votes.
Well, as the Vice President, Federal Republic of Nigeria, Professor Yemi Osinbajo, casting his vote. Well, there are those who would remember that he's one of those people who moved their polling units from one location to the other. Well, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu has also been at his polling unit to cast his own vote as well. That's it right there, where he cast his vote for the governorship and State House of Assembly elections.
In company of his wife as well.
He, of course, in company of his wife as well.
Very important. We also have the Deputy Governor, Kadri Hamzat, who has also voted. That's him there.
In the Ekpe area of Lagos.
Yeah, heading out to, I'm sure, the polling units to cast his vote.
He said the process was smooth so far.
All right, let's take a listen to him as well. We understand he spoke to the journalists.
everything that we heard, it's calm, and voting has started earlier than 3 weeks ago. So I think it seems better as at this moment, but we'll find out later in the day. Like I said, I mean, they are here early, so which is better than the last election. So we must give them credit. It's getting better, work in progress. So we see as the day moves on. So we see that.
Governor of Lagos
Kadri Hamzat. Let's take you also to the Labour candidate in Lagos, Mr. Gbadebo Viva. The candidate says he expects people to really come out and vote.
If you want to have a personal interview, I will arrange that one, not to come too close, please. Don't come too close, please. If you do, I'll waste my mind. If you come too close, I'll waste my mind. If you want to do that, start arranging yourself, please.
Everyone trying to get in, shot video together.
I mean, it's very, very interesting. One of the excitements of such a carnival, if I can use that term. But let's quickly go to Bayelsa State. We heard a report from Bayelsa State the other time, but we understand that the governor of Bayelsa State, Senator Doyedire, has strongly condemned the destruction of ballot papers in 4 wards under Constituency 2 in Ogbia local government area of the state by suspected party thugs in compromise with some armed security men. According to a statement by the Chief Press Secretary to the Governor, all the voting materials meant for Ogbia wards 2, 3, 4, and 5 in the House of Assembly election in the state were reportedly carted away by the armed men and hoodlums in the early hours of Saturday. Materials were also said to have been burnt.
Very early this morning, I got the reports about the burning down of INEC materials from the rack center in that local government area. And I'm going to issue a press statement on that. And I've called on the Commissioner of Police to fish out those who are responsible for that dastardly act and ensure that they are promptly arrested and prosecuted. And so we have that isolated case at Ogbia local government area in constituency 2 only. But we are still monitoring developments across the state. I'm in touch with the INEC at the state level, and I'm in touch with the security agencies. And we will step up our game in terms of security across the whole state. There are pockets, isolated pockets of complaints here and there, and we're attending to all of those complaints, particularly complaints that have to do with security. And let me also use this opportunity to call on all of us who are in politics. You don't force people to be rude. You appeal to people and you court people to work with you. And so let us avoid the use of thuggery. Fortunately, we have beavers now. And so that is an antiquated political strategy that people are still trying to adopt in our state.
We also have, that's the governor of Bayelsa State, Senator Doyedire, who has voted and has given his remarks and what action he intends to take for those who are trying to disrupt the process. But back here in Lagos, the PDP governorship candidate has also voted. We understand Jandor, that's him here, has cast his vote. And the journalists and everyone trying to get as much as they can so that the governorship candidate of the People's Democratic Party in Lagos State.
Where is the queue?
All right, so that's
I'm surprised you haven't mentioned the battleground.
Yeah, no, it's
because we've been in Lagos.
This is like the epic of the battleground. So it's still building, and when we go to the maps, we're going to see how things may eventually play out. But you can see the battleground state, which has the highest number of voters in terms of people that have collected their PVCs as well, 6.2 million. And you can see the frontline candidates from the APC to the PDP and the Labour Party, all of them cast their votes.
Yeah, interesting that he also is on the queue, just as we now we can still see that the governor of Kaduna State is still on his own, on that same queue.
It would be nice to see the length of the queue, to know how much time he's going to be there. It's till 2:30.
I would have loved to see how long. Would have loved to see how long that queue is. By the way,
But that's just that's what we have right there for now. But you know, we need to bring back that.
Okay, that's just away from Kaduna State. Remember earlier we told you breaking news from Imo State, where the Independent National Electoral Commission confirmed that security operatives have rescued 19 of their ad hoc staff on their way to 7 different polling units in Ugbeli Ward 6 in Idiato South local government area. According to an INEC spokesperson, they were rescued by the operatives after a distress call.
But, okay, well, so quickly back to Kaduna State, where Emperor Simon is right now speaking with the governor of Kaduna State, Governor El-Rufai.
Election, we seem to be noticing low turnout of voters. Would like you to also speak to that. Yeah, thank you very much, Geoffrey. I'm here in Kaduna State, here particularly in polling unit 024 in Kawu Ward. Of course, we have Governor Nasir El-Rufai. Okay, this is Angwan Sariki Ward. And His Excellency Governor Nasir El-Rufai is here. He's decided to join the queue instead of going straight and cast his vote using his position as the #1 citizen of the state, but he's decided to follow the process, join the queue. So he will just share with us, Your Excellency, it's nice to know that you're here to exercise your franchise.
Yes, it's my pleasure. I've always voted here, and I'm here to cast my vote. The turnout appears low, but I think it's too early to say because the women usually come after they prepare lunch for their families. So I expect more people. I'm seeing the turnout is the presidential elections, but as I said, I expect more of the women to come out.
Yeah, the reason is that in the last presidential election, we saw that at about this time, most of the polling units were already flooded by voters. But this is already 12 o'clock, that's 12 noon, but we're still witnessing this low turnout. What do you think could be the factor, apart from the reason you already gave, that some women might be at home trying to prepare meal for their families?
Yes, I think part of the reason was the widespread concern about violence. Because all the intelligence available indicates that the opposition party intends to engage in violence and voter intimidation. We've already received reports of voter intimidation, particularly in southern Kaduna, and we are asking the security agencies to intervene. But I think the main concern was likelihood of violence. So I'm calling on all Kaduna State citizens to please come out. It's still not too late. Once you join the queue before 2:30, you have the right to vote, no matter how long it takes, to come out and assure them that in every part of Kaduna State, wherever we anticipate any security challenges, we have put in place robust architecture to deal with any troublemakers. So please come out and vote, and if anyone intimidates you or stops you from exercising your rights, we'll expect you to make a call to the nearest police station or to some of the numbers that we've already circulated, so the action will be taken right away. Everyone is safe, and so far from what I've heard, apart from incidents of voter intimidation, there has been no violence. So we are grateful to God for that.
Just the last one. How about your assessment of INEC's performance so far?
From all I have heard, INEC has done very well. They have improved on the performance of the last election. In most of the polling units, voting started 8:30. In this polling unit, I understand they were here from 8. Maybe that's why you've seen so few people on the queue. The polling unit next to us is just setting up, so they are starting late, but this one started on time. But generally, the reports I've got is that voting started on time in most of the polling units in the state. So I think INEC has improved, and I hope that the way things have started will end that way.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Just as you heard from His Excellency, Mr. Nasser El-Rufai, the election here in Kaduna State so far has been peaceful and orderly. There hasn't been any case or report yet of violence or a disruption of the process as far as we have been able to gather. Voters have turned out, many of them turned out quite early to exercise their franchise, and the process is going on. Also, we have not recorded any case of malfunction of the Beavers machine. So it's been quite smooth as far as Kaduna State is concerned.
All right, Emperor, thank you so much for reporting. And of course, we've seen the views of the governor of Kaduna State, Malam Nasser El-Rufai, talking about what is observed so far. But let's now head back to Imo State, where we brought you our breaking news that the Independent National Electoral Commission in that state has confirmed that security operatives have rescued 19 of their ad hoc staff on their way to 7 different polling units in Ubele Ward 6 in Idiato North-South local government area. According to the INEC spokesperson, Chinenye Chijioko Suji, they were rescued by operatives after getting a distress call and information about the incident that being kidnapped this morning by yet to be identified persons. She also says that even though they were rescued, all the election materials, including the beavers and other sensitive materials, were carted away because they were not recovered from those who kidnapped the ad hoc staff. So that's the latest we brought you just moments ago from Imo State, which is our breaking news. Let's come back here to Lagos before we went on across the country to touch base with our correspondent.
Before we come back home, one or two other things to mention. It's on our Twitter handle that the governor of Ogun State has cast his vote, and hopefully we'll bring you videos of that. We also want to inform you that in Katsina State, residents are casting their votes yet, but, you know, again, we'll bring you more on that as things unfold. We understand Sheon is still on?
Yeah, we understand Sheon is still standing by to bring us, he's been walking us through the entire show. Apologies, we've been coming in and out, but I know you're used to the game. And this is Sheon is our political editor, and he's been standing by since morning from the Ogudu area, where is the RAC area, to give us updates on the voting exercise. Sheon, it's back to you.
Yeah, it does look to me that what you've been experiencing across the country, especially going to Kaduna, for example, where our colleague Emperor Simon is reporting that things seem to be calm, and there hasn't been any report of disruption of violence so far in that end. That is what also similar thing that we can report here in terms of the manner in which voters have been able to conduct themselves, and of course, how much of the functionality of the BVS machine, because that is one item that gets the attention of everyone. How far is it working? I mean, you might not see a long queue here, but trust me, people have been trickling in. Interesting pictures that we can see right there. Not just a woman who has who brought a child. I mean, you can see a very young child there brought to experience this. Perhaps the child may not be able to about interesting scenario that I've played. So the fact that the Minister of Science and Technology, Senator Olorunbe Mamora, also votes just right here in this very polling unit. There are 2 polling units right in the center, and it does look to me that under 2-3 minutes he was able to cast his ballot. Just as I was telling you earlier, we can see what, of course, is going on as voters are coming in and trying to cast their ballot. Let's take a moment to speak with the Minister of Science and Technology, Senator Olorunbe Mamora. Senator, thank you so much for talking to us on China's television. Give us an understanding. How are you so much? Good to see you, ma'am. The wife of the Minister of Science and Technology. What is your experience like casting your ballot here?
Well, very peaceful. The entire atmosphere and the process itself, in terms of presentation of the beavers and all, everything went very smoothly, without any hitch.
Compare the last, there are a few glitches here and there that we saw in the last election. Compared to this one, if you're to rate INEC in their deployment, in their logistics plan, and functionality of the beavers,
within the was bigger last election than now. Say we encounter anything untoward, but in terms of the general atmosphere, I think the crowd, of course, like I said, is lower compared to the last one, but it's been peaceful. And I want to believe that some of those hitches experienced, or some of the complaints in the last election, have been taken care of by INEC.
I know you have a busy schedule. You've been a senator, sitting minister. You've understood the process of how our democracy has been growing. Is there something that you think that we can improve on moving forward?
Well, you know, oftentimes it's about election process. And when I say process, because election, that is an aspect, but you have pre-election issues, you have intra-election issues, and you have post-election issues. Okay, situations of somebody else standing on the ballot and somebody else, another person being declared. These are some of the issues that we need to sort out. They are pre-election issues, maybe from the party. They are not really issues. And the Supreme Court has already ruled that the ticket belongs to the party. You saw what happened in Kano, the case of Shekarau and Senator Rufai Hanga. It was Shekarau's name on the ballot. It was Rufai that Supreme Court gave the thing. So we should avoid that. And of course, we should also, people will win elections through the court pronouncement, because it's supposed to be the people. Democracy, as we define it, government of the people, by the people, for the people and by the people. So it's the people. So we should reduce to the barest minimum issues of people going to court to start, want to claim a mandate. Okay, but of course, court process is
through us on Channels Television. I appreciate it. Thanks so much. It's good to see you again. So you can see a surge in suddenly. You know, this kind of thing happens when some very notable personality come to the voting area. You see a lot of retinue behind them, and this is the kind of scenario that we have experienced. The ballot doesn't close until about 2:30. It's still about 2.5 hours away from the close of the ballot. We're monitoring for you what is going on. It's been peaceful so far. The Beavers is behaving itself. Voters are also conducting themselves in a very, very good manner, and we hope that this continues at least in this area as far as we can see at the moment. Security operatives dotting every nook and cranny, and hopefully by the end of the day it will be said that this is a free and fair election altogether. That's the hope, guys. I hope it stays like that.
Sure, you know,
thanks,
more like saying the Beavers is of good manners. It's good to hear that.
Thank you, Shehu.
At least for now, except if you're hearing other stories elsewhere.
It better stay like that. All right, thank you, Shehu. Political
Many
editor.
thanks. Something instructive
yes.
he said was, you know, the politicians, which reminds me of our guest who joined in earlier, Professor Raji, saying, you know, voter education is better done by politicians, you know, because where they move, we have a lot of people, you know, who move with them, who come out and, you know, are interested in the process.
Yeah, I'm happy, but at the same time, don't forget, I think it was the same vote Professor Raji or Mr. Oluwole voter education by politicians is too late on election day. So we have to look elsewhere for that. Well, you were still talking with Professor Adibe the other time.
Yes, and this is perhaps our closing moments with all of you, Professor Adibe, Dr. Adamu, and Mr. Sonny. But I'd like to kick off with you, Mr. Sonny, because we've not heard your thoughts weighing in on all we've seen in the last couple of minutes from Imo, the situation in Imo, the rescued ad hoc staff, INEC officials, and the situation. One wonders what will happen to those polling units as at this time, if there is a plan B for those polling units. Also, the situation we saw with our correspondent and the voting, what one could call voter suppression, intimidation at an area polling units in Oshodi. Your thoughts on that as we close? We wrap up, not close the show. Mr. Sani, go ahead. All right, we might have to begin with you, Dr. Adamu, and come back to Mr. Sani later.
Thank you, Millicent, once again. Let me start with the situation in Imo State. Again, my opening remarks regarding three elements. When they, interface, then you have what
Yes, we are back from the video, the live television streaming from channels, and the process is still going on. I'm going to ask one of our reverend here, Reverend Emma, to tell me his own impression about the report that has been given thus far. Reverend Emma, what can you say?
Good morning, viewers. This is from Abuja. I'm with the director of Conac, Abuja. Well, it's been awesome so far, at least from what we've been hearing. Though in some places the situation has really not been that palatable, while in some places we've been hearing of good news. But so far, so good. People are out there casting their votes. But unfortunately, in some places, the thugs have also started doing their own too. Well, number one, from the ACNN aspect, I don't think there should be anything that will impede, that should impede their whatever they are doing today. Well, from the reports we got before now, money, despite the fact that cash has not been flowing for quite some time, cash was made available for INEC. We heard that cash was made available for them. So in that regard, we don't think there should be any problem. Then fuel was also made available for the vendors that will be transferring materials. So which also should not disturb the distribution of INEC materials to different places and different states. So in these regards, I think INEC should do better than what we are seeing today. But unfortunately, the cry of the electorate, the people, is that the thugs have been disturbing in some places, while in some places, due to the presidential election and what has been going on, some decided not to come out. But so far, so well, the turnout has been good. The people are moving freely, and then there is no chaos in most of the places, except for some few places. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. What can you say about Lagos? I know I'll call you one of the Lagos boys. So all this we are hearing from Lagos, what can you say about it?
It's not verifiable, so I'm not going to talk about it, right? But truly, really, it's just to say that I'm excited
that's the governor
and I'm happy to be here.
Lagos,
And I want to ask that all of our voters, all of our citizens should just remain vigilant. You know, if you see anything, say something, and just all let's come out, you know, and exercise our right freely, devoid of any form of acrimony or any form of protest or any form of intimidation. That is not acceptable as a government.
Well, that's Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu reacting to that and a number of other things. I mean, as governor of Lagos State, they certainly must have received some information here and there. And I'm pretty sure that a number of you may also have such reports. Please send it to us, whatever you have, at 2023verdict at channelstv.com. That's our email address for the...
Okay, now we are back to our studio, and we are still with Reverend Emma Ikwejuajo. I was asking him as a former Lagos boy who is now at the seat of power in Abuja. Why do you think Lagos is becoming a flashpoint, security flashpoint at this time? What do you think are the factors responsible for that? Because we have had road vival. One of the contestants is alleging that there is violence and attack in some area, but we have also seen Sanwo-Olu, the Ikube governor, saying that violence is not acceptable, that every voter should go out and vote. And I don't know what is really happening. The leaders seem to want everything to go smoothly. Then who are the people fighting? Who do you think are the people fighting? Could that be the usual area boys who could have sent them on mission? What do you think? Because you understand Lagos terrain more than those of us that have not been in Lagos for too long.
Number one, before now, it has always been the battle between two political parties, between PDP and APC before now. And over the years, before.
Oh, you're on mute?
Okay.
You may have to start again.
All right.
Okay.
Well, I said before now, it has always been a tug of war between two political parties in Lagos, between APC and PDP. And then initially it was AD when it was still Alliance Democracy. And then before the nomenclature changed to APC. But with the emergence of Labour Party, the battle is becoming more fierce now. And well, going back to the question you asked, sir, I want to submit that the last election didn't go well with some political parties because the turnout was really, really encouraging, even though it's they didn't expect such turnout, and the results actually didn't go as expected as well. So the fear actually was towards a direction.
Now, if you say
Yes, sir.
The result didn't go as expected, can you elaborate a little on that?
Yes. Well, in some places, people were still disenfranchised. People didn't really vote. And in some places, the numbers of voters that was announced was actually different from what actually happened, the numbers of voters that really voted. So, well, it's still an allegation actually, but going by what we are seeing today, first this morning I think it was still here too that we heard that at VGC the polling unit was supposed to be inside the estate, but unfortunately when the voters came out, they discovered that the polling unit was no longer in the estate. So it is now outside the estate, in fact, far from where it used to be. So that actually raised alarm, and people started complaining about that. And so not everybody knew it was shifted. That is one. And unfortunately, they also had that it will not be transmitted. The result will not be transmitted as well. Well, that was the first information. As that was going on, we also had that thugs are beginning to go out to some other polling units to cause havoc. Well, sir, I personally want to say from this angle that as a sitting party and as a sitting governor, if anything of such is still happening in your state, you will be held responsible. You will definitely be held responsible because before now, the press and the INEC from the headquarters already pleaded with all the governors and the security agencies that they should do everything possible to make sure that elections go well at the various states. And so if elections will not be going well in your own particular state and information is reaching you, you should, in one way or the other, try to calm the situation. And if you are coming out to say that you are condemning what has happened, that is not enough as far as we are concerned. Number one of the complaints of the people, sir, is that there is no hotline, interstate lines that you can reach that, oh, this is what is happening now. Unlike the previous ones at the presidential election, they gave us lines that we can easily reach out to. But during governorship, people have been coming out to say that the only thing that is helping us now is our phones. We can easily video or do whatever we can do just to picture whatever that has happened and send to people all over the places via social media. But apart from social media, there is no other platform for people to really say that this is what we are witnessing and this is how things are going. So I personally want to still put the blame, much as I want to call on the security agencies to up their game. I still want to put at least the blame on the sitting governors wherever they are. So please make sure that the security agencies, the one within their reach, should go around and then do what is expected of them.
Yeah, I think you made a very wonderful point about the idea of holding the governors, the incumbent governors, responsible for any act of violence that takes place within their own state. Because the fact that election is going on have not removed them from office. Yes, they are still the governor,
of course,
and they are still in charge. And so it is their duty to ensure that the state is secured. And I also want to say that in line with your thoughts, that if there is violence in a particular part of the state, and the information has come out to the extent that people far away in Abuja and other places are already aware, the governor of that state cannot claim ignorance that he's not aware. And it's not supposed to take time to reach out to the appropriate quarters to intervene in such place. So to that extent, I think we need to appeal to the governor Sanwo-Olu to do the needful.
Exactly.
Yes. Lagos should not be in the bad news again this time. Yeah.
Right.
I can see a
all right. That is the governor of Oyo State and the wife who just casted their votes a few minutes ago. And he has encouraged people to come out in numbers to also vote. That's Governor Seyi Makinde of Oyo State voting there. Let me also add to this issue of Lagos.
Yeah.
Lagos has become a very hotbed. I think that is because of what happened on the 25th. And what is it that happened? The incumbents never thought that the states can be taken away from them from what happened. I mean, for a party like Labour Party to come and win the presidential election in Lagos, I think this is, for me, the reason for all this unrest and tension in Lagos. So for me, this can be taken away from the sitting governor. Unfortunately, he's talking on TV as if he possibly doesn't understand what is going on. But I think he can't shy away from what is happening already in Lagos. He can't shy away from that. We just watched the reporter of channels, Olu Phillips, being harassed at a polling unit right there in Lagos, in Surulere. In fact, from the report we have, he had to go back and get a reinforcement of police officers and military to the polling units, because already some ballot paper has already been put up in the ballot box there, and something looks fishy there, and they don't want any camera around that polling unit. And so they sent him away and his crew. So these are things that, and from the report from the guy, he said people are being stopped from entering because the polling unit is a school compound that has a gate. And some people are at the gate turning back people who they feel are not going to vote for a particular political party. So I think this happening in Lagos is not encouraging at all. It's actually something that should be condemned. And the governor, for me, should not come out and talk as if he's not aware about what is happening. I think this is just far from it. We saw VGC polling units, which is in an estate, and the INEC official said that they have to go on the express. That's the new polling unit. How can, and you can see the voters had already arranged tents, had already arranged things to make it easier for them, and then they are saying they have to go on the express. So these are the things that you have to imagine that why are some of these things happening? It's not possibly proper. Lagos being a hotbed, for me, is just because some people have seen Lagos as their own, and now people are rising up to take responsibility of electing whoever becomes the governor of Lagos State. But now it's being restricted by this same set of people. I think this needs to be looked into by the security agencies, by INEC, to see that some of these things are not happening. It's not proper at all.
Okay, can you help us put up? The report from Kano has just gone off the screen, so we can continue our analysis here. I think the attention is on Lagos State because that is where the whole thing is hot at the moment.
Unfortunately, the president-elect is also from Lagos.
President-elect is from Lagos.
Exactly.
I think that is a factor that is fueling all this.
Exactly.
So we do hope that the governor have not resigned his duty as the governor of the state. He has gone out to vote. He should resume his duty and take charge of the security of the state to ensure that the lives of citizens are safe and the masses have a conducive environment devoid of violence to vote in. I think that should be done. Chibuzo is back on the waiting room, and we don't know whether he will have something to tell us from his axis right now. Chibuzo, do you have something to say to us now? If you have something, you unmute your mic and speak to us. Reverend Chibuzo.
Connect his audio. He's still trying to connect his audio. We don't have
Okay, still trying to connect. Okay, his audio. Well, so far, so good. We are still waiting for our election observers and reporters to call in from the far north, the northeast, in north central, and the northwest are yet to really give us reports. We need to hear from the directors that are from that axis. Korode, over to you.
Yes, so we have reports from different places on Twitter, which I will be possibly sharing some with us.
Okay.
The report I'm also getting now is that at Go Palace in Lagos, one thug seems to be down. One of the thugs who tried to disrupt the process there has been the people are now on the counter attack sort of. Unfortunately, we may not be able to show the video, but that's the reports from our Go Palace polling units. One person, according to those who are reporting, one thug has been brought down. One thug has been brought down from Go Palace. They invaded the Star Times Estate at Go Palace in Okota, and one of them was brought down. One of them was brought down. We don't know who was able to do that, but that's the situation report from Go Palace. There's another polling unit being reported by someone, TJ, said this PU is Harrison Street in Go Palace Way, close to Go Police Station.
Okay, Harrison.
They said if you don't cast your vote for APC, they will make your vote invalid. And they said the police are not doing anything to that. That is what some of the thugs who are there.
And that, that is serious. I know that area very well.
So I was. I cannot vote. I saw the army guys now. I told them that they are plugging in. They said they are coming.
It seems somebody is trying to report live.
Let me just show you. Let me just show you another video.
I've been flogged out of my unit, flogged out of my Onowale Street, Solo, Ward 7. Flogged out like a common criminal. Look at my neck. Flogged out, and I was just standing. I didn't cause any trouble. I was just standing. I predicted almost voting, and they came out with canes and flogged me out like I was a criminal. Out of my unit, I cannot vote. And I saw the army guys now. I told them that they are flogging them. They said they are coming. I've been flogged out of my unit, flogged out of my Onowale Street, Solo, Ward 7. Flogged out like a common criminal. Look at my neck. Flogged out, and I was just standing. I didn't cause any trouble. I was just standing. I predicted almost voting, and they came out with canes and flogged me out like I was a criminal. Out of my unit, I cannot vote. And I saw the army guys now. I told them that they are flogging them. They said they are coming. I've been flogged out of my unit, flogged out of my Onowale Street, Solo, Ward 7. Flogged out like a common criminal.
Reports there. That's
another report. That's another lady.
Yes.
Showing her hand with blood.
Yeah.
No, this is really not good.
So these are reports from Lagos. Yes, unfortunately, that's the video of the thug that was
brought down.
Brought down at Go Palace. That's his image there. That's his image there. That's his image there. So we just hope that security operatives can move into that area. And we have Chibuzo. Can you unmute yourself and speak to us?
Chibuzo, can you unmute and speak to us?
Okay, sir. Okay, that's it. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I'm Chibuzo Izogo, reporting from Abia State again. Omaya North local government area. Ahieke Ndume, polling unit 038.
Is that was that where you reported on earlier, or a new polling unit?
No, the same polling unit, sir. The same polling unit.
Okay. So what is happening now?
In the previous report I presented, I reported low voter turnout, but it was zero voter turnout for close to 4 or 5 hours. But efforts were made by some of the party agents and then indigents to go around, encourage people to come out and vote. And I'm glad to report that we've had relative improvement in the number of voters here. They keep coming in their numbers against our fears that the voter parties might discourage voters. People are coming in, and the area is still calm and peaceful.
Okay. And the exercise is going on?
The exercise is going on fine, no stress, no trouble. Voters are on queue, just few of them. The INEC officials are doing their duties properly.
Yeah, okay. Now, do you have information about what is happening in other parts of the states?
Yes, maybe I will leave here in the next 2 minutes to visit other polling units very close to this place where we had very large voter turnout on February 26th. I will need to check around to be very sure of what is happening over there. I will also link up to ACNN TV once I get there, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. You are doing a very good job for that axis. We look forward to your next report.
Thank you, sir.
Yes, thank you for that report from Abia State. That's quite interesting. So just like I was sharing, I think some things has to be done because some areas are not experiencing good and peaceful election. That is not good enough, especially reports coming from Lagos State. So voter suppression is reported in most part of Lagos. Voter suppression is reported in most parts of Lagos. And I think this is not good enough.
No, honestly, this is a strange element coming up from the Lagos axis, and it's not healthy for our democracy. You can see the sad report we just viewed about a young man who said he was flogged out of his polling booth, and he had to run for his dear life. And we saw another lady who was bleeding in her arm. And these are people that went out to vote peacefully, and they are being treated like criminals, and that is not healthy. The young man said he has reported the matter to the military that were close by, but nothing tangible has been done. So this is not good for our democracy, and like as we were saying earlier, the governor should take responsibility for all this and ensure that the right thing is done.
Yes, I think the right thing has to be done. Those who are involved in some of these issues must be arrested. They must be arrested. And I think
I think it should go beyond just arrest. I think you need to land well by saying they should be prosecuted.
Yes, I agree with you, sir.
Yes,
because that is one thing we don't see even after the arrest. Somebody was asking that all those who were arrested in 2019 elections,
what happened?
Where are they? What happened to them? Have they been prosecuted? Is there anything that has been done? But I think the truth is nothing seems to have been done.
Yeah, a community that refuses to punish crime, we hardly move forward. So I think that is the area where the police need to improve this time. If arrest is made, they should ensure that such persons are prosecuted without delay after investigation has been properly done. So that needs to be looked into immediately.
Yes, that really needs to be looked into, and I think people who are in authority, they need to just ensure that proper things are done, because it has taken a long process to build confidence in the mind of Nigerians. And so implementation should not be what we make people to not come out or to not trust INEC henceforth, because the situation here will be what will happen in some other places. So this is practically not good enough. All right, let's try and link up with some of our TV channels who are giving some details. You can see we are going to be linking up to still get more feedbacks because we look away from it despite the requisite law. While we are waiting for those who are on field to give us more feedback.
And that person
to give us more feedback.
also be arrested, and that is the responsibility of the security officials, especially.
No. Is that how you people share sensitive news like that without verifying it? If I may ask, which news platform published the news?
Jojo sent it though.
Jojo? Is that not the same Jojo that posted a fake election result the last time that almost caused a riot?
You know they forget something.
Okay, no. we have Chibuzo back. I'm suspecting is trying to update us. Yes, go ahead, sir.
Thank you very much, Acnntv. Thank you for the beautiful work you are doing. I've moved to another polling unit. Here we have about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 polling units together. Last election of February 25th, I was there also. And the crowd, the whole of this place was filled up with voters. Unfortunately, this afternoon, you can see the whole place is scanty. We have very few voters, but the area is calm and serene. The federal safety officials just came in now, and then we have police officers who are on ground to monitor the election. Here is also in Omaya, North local government area, in Ndume, a place called Ndume. We have polling units 015, 016, 037, and 039. They are the 4 polling units that we have voting here. Hello?
Reverend Chibuzo, please. Can you hear me?
Can you hear me now? I can hear you,
Yes.
sir. I can hear you, sir.
Yes, we are with you. And where are you exactly now?
I am at Ndume Ward. Ndume Ward
Ndume?
is Inumaya. Ndume,
Eh?
yes, sir. Ndume,
I see Inumwa here.
Ndume, yes, sir.
Inumaya
Inumaya, not LGA.
Okay, Inumwa here. Okay. What is happening there? Well, what is it? Do you have the word code?
Yes, sir. We have about 4 polling units here. The word code is 015. The word code is 015.
Okay, word code 0 what?
015.
015. Okay. What of the PU code?
The PU codes, we have about 4 PUs here. This is a large primary school ground. We have about 4 PUs here.
Okay.
We have,
do you have some of their codes?
039.
Okay.
040.
039.
040.
0.
017.
017.
Yes, sir.
Okay. That is 3. You have the code for 3.
I have the code for 3. I don't have the code for the 4th one, sir.
Okay. Okay. So what is happening on ground?
The area is very calm. It's very peaceful.
Okay.
But the level of voter apathy is very high compared to what we had on February 25th. This field was filled up with voters. Unfortunately, today we have very low voter turnout. But the members of the Nigerian police are on ground to maintain peace and calmness all over the place. And INEC officials are also doing their duties to the best of their ability.
About how many security personnel are on ground, considering the fact that it's a large area?
So actually, we have about 8 security men from the Nigerian police here, about 8 of them. But while I was reporting, a team of Nigerian police officers just arrived. About 13 of them, they just arrived in a bus, and then you can see the members of the Nigerian Road Safety Commission just driving out also. They've been here with us for a while now.
Okay. Is it possible for you to interview some of the voters, possibly, to tell us how they feel about the exercise?
Okay, so let me get one of the voters around so that she can speak to us. Good afternoon, ma'am. You are on live on ACNN. Please.
Good afternoon. Can you let her have the earpiece so that she can hear me?
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, madam. This is Conac, that is Church of Nigeria, Election Observation, live studio, collaborating with ACNN TV, Nigeria. As you are speaking, you are online, people are watching you all over Nigeria. I want you to introduce yourself and tell us what is happening on ground and how you feel about the exercise. speak up a little.
My name is Victor.
Okay. The sound is a bit low. I hope the phone is close to you so that we can hear your voice very well.
You can bring it phone closer to your mouth.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's a little bit better. Just speak up a little.
Okay, sir. My name is I voted in this polling unit, and the polling unit is okay. The only issue there is that the voters did not really turn out for the vote.
Okay. What do you think could be responsible for this voter apathy? Oh, the voice is down. I can barely hear you now.
I think it's maybe as a result of the vote, the last election, people did not really get what they expected from the election. So I think that discouraged some people from coming out to vote.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. What do you say is the name again?
Priska Nwachukwu, sir.
Oh, Priska.
Priska Nwachukwu. Yes, sir.
Okay, Priska Nwachukwu, thank you.
Yes.
It was nice speaking with you. I am Joseph Unwanya, the National Director for Civic and Political Affairs, Church of Nigeria, Anglican Community.
Nice. Okay, sir. Nice speaking with you, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
God bless you.
You too, sir.
Okay. Yes, it's all good. Thank you for the great job you are doing there. And we expect to get more information from the ground there.
Okay, Daddy. Okay, Daddy. I will still check back. Maybe let me return to the previous polling unit where I was. I'll keep updating from time to time on the events happening around this area.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
We are back to the studio. Let me see if there's any fresh person trying to make reports. Okay. Okay. Not for now. We continue to wait for more reports from other parts of the country. We do hope that Jero will come up Delta, and we expect that some directors should call in from Lagos. Lagos as is particularly silent. I hope there's no conspiracy of silence in Lagos State, because we expect that more of our observers will be calling in now from Lagos to tell us exactly what is happening on ground. Korode is back. How are you? I know you must have browsed through some of the real-time reports. Any news seen?
Let me just link us up with the governorship candidate of PDP.
Explain the excitement and the spirit you're feeling around here.
Well, that's, I mean, you did say the other time that it's both the incumbent and the aspirants. You still call them aspirants?
No,
aspiring
candidates.
Governors.
Yeah.
Aspiring governors.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Not aspiring candidates.
Yeah.
Anyway, so that's what we have now. But we have a couple of gentlemen here with us in the studio to look at some of the issues that have arisen as a result of this conversation. Let me begin with Dr. Toby Oluwatola, who is Executive Director, Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development. Thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having me, Aya.
And also with us here is the Secretary General of Head Resource Center, Sulaiman Arigbabu. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Just before we begin this conversation, we have
Dr. Alex Otse of the Labour Party in Abia State.
Well, the exercise here looks good in this polling unit here today. I cannot say the same of many other polling units in the state, particularly, like I said, in Aba and Osisioma, parts of Osisioma, and parts of Unabo, they are loading Acnntv side. Then parts of Obingwa, and then of course Isialangwa North and Isialangwa South.
Dr. Alex Oti of the People's Democratic Party.
Labour Party.
Labour Party
In Abia State. You know, Abia is also interesting because that's where we've seen our correspondent talk about the elderly coming out to, you know, vote.
I mean, we've seen in Abia, we've seen in Ekiti as well, and a number of other places like that.
Yeah, but Ishew mentioned also in the polling units where he's been in some parts of Lagos.
A little child also was brought to the polling unit to experience it before being a part of it. Yes. Well, we have a correspondent from Oyo State.
Yes, indeed, Bukola Oriowo. Oyo it's been interesting what we've been hearing from Oyo State in the last couple of days. A little worrying, some of the skirmishes and security there. But let's find out about the process of voting today. Bukola, what's the latest with the polling units opening at the time and security? Well, we might have to come back to our correspondents there.
You say I've been using battleground. That's another battleground, by the way.
It is.
That's a battleground. And the reasons are very obvious, you know. You know, it was one of the G5 governors. I think he's the only G5 governor who is seeking re-election.
Well, and
there were a lot that happened during the National Assembly and presidential election, that a lot of flips, if you know what I mean, in terms of how the party turned out. And it's squaring up against some formidable people. So let's say it goes.
Just to ensure that the process is going the way it's supposed to be. And this angle is also very important. But let our guests speak to that. Let me begin with you, Mr. Aribabu. From what you have seen and heard, before you came to the studio, you have been doing some observing. Yeah. And I'm certain, not almost, certain that as soon as you're done here, you're back to observing. What are the things you have observed, in line perhaps with some of the things that we've reported so far?
Yeah, thank you very much. From Surulere up to here, I've visited a number of polling units. And of course, by now everybody can establish that INEC appear to have improved with their logistics. In most places, the voting started between, say, about 8:30, 9. So in terms of logistics, and we're not having those teething problems of, they forgot stamp, or they didn't stamp ink and all those. So I think INEC has largely upped its game. The voter turnout is something I try to avoid from experience until the stats are out, because really you can't tell. But yes, you can see that compared to 25th of February, there were fewer number of people at the polling units. Perhaps it's because it rained last night and people decided to sleep a little longer. Or perhaps because they feel, INEC won't come early anyway, let me wait a while, let me tarry. Or perhaps it's because of all the heightened, security information and all of that. So as the day progresses, we might see whether more people will turn out. In terms of the security presence, I'll say that like your earlier guest, Dr. Kabir, mentioned about the concentric circle, I can say that the external areas are a bit more secure. But when you go to the polling unit, yes, of course, the police are not expected to carry firearms. But we're expecting that from the experience of the 25th, that today you will see policemen who are more on the alert, one, who will have walkie-talkie, and I expect at least who will use their phone effectively. So in my personal opinion, if at the end of the day, the verdict on today's exercise is that security did not live up to expectation, one would expect that the police at least should be able to give us evidence of those who disrupted. So it's totally useless if we have 3, 4, or any single policeman and security enforcement personnel in a polling unit, and non-state actors come in to disrupt the process. And in the least, you cannot even give us a picture or a video. Then what's the whole point, of having them there? But in terms of INEC, I can say that they appear to be ticking the box, but we'll still see what the reports from around the country will look like.
Dr. Luatola.
Yeah, thank you very much. I agree with my colleague, Mr. Aridbabu, that our observers are in about 30 of the states that are voting today. There are, for those who do not know, voting is happening in all 36 states, but only in 28 states do we have gubernatorial elections going on, because the rest are off cycle. And the reports that we're getting this time around, relative to 4 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago I meant to say, is that INEC is improved on logistics. In many cases where our observers visited, INEC got there on time and was waiting for voters to show up. And like Mr. Ribabu rightly said, we shouldn't be too hasty to conclude that this means that voter apathy is the case, or that the turnout in the end will be depressed. But it does indicate that INEC has improved their game a little bit, and I guess that also should be a motivation for people to come out and exercise their civic duties and vote. On the subject of security, I think what we've seen is that there are pockets of violence and voter suppression, especially in a few hot-button states, or what Geoffrey calls the battleground states. I think that battleground states doesn't necessarily refer to violence. It refers to the fact that the race is very competitive, and we have quite a number of competitive races. There are 11 governors who are trying to get re-elected, and many of them have gotten a rude scare that the voters are really angry and the voters want change from 3 weeks ago.
We'll have to speak to that a little more, because we always get to this point, when it's only during the electoral process, in the pre-election time, that we have that kind of attention of politicians. But we'll talk a little more on that, perhaps something to give them some assignment ahead. But let's go back to Ibadan, the Oyo State capital, where Bukola Orio, our correspondent, is trying to give us some updates. Bukola, can you hear us now?
I can hear you loud and clear. Good
afternoon. Wonderful. So what's the update at this time, Bukola?
Well, I think there's quite a number of issues with low voter turnout still in the areas that we have visited here in Ibadan, and even some parts of Oyo and other zones in the state. But as the day progresses, we know that the turnout is getting a little bit more impressive. We spoke to one of the INEC staff earlier on, who also confirmed that by this time, during the presidential election, they have had like twice what they're having right now who have voted. But with me, I have an observer, the Director General of the Nigeria Institute of Policy Strategic Studies, Kuru Jos, who will also share with us what his experience has been since he has been monitoring the process. Good afternoon, Prof.
Yeah, good afternoon.
I will meet you, sir.
Well, I'm Professor Ayomotayo. I'm the Director General of the National Institute for Policy and Strategic Studies. I'm here because my organization is in partnership with the EU to observe elections. At this time, we have our fellows in 12 states of the Federation, 6 each from the 6 geopolitical zones, monitoring elections in 12 different states. I'm supposed to be in Abuja today, but because there is no governorship election going on in Abuja, I chose Oyo State for election observation. Thank you.
So far, from what you have seen, what did you deduce? What can you say is what is playing out since you started monitoring the election?
Okay, for the presidential election, the turnout was actually very large. The enthusiasm was huge, not only as I observed in Abuja, but as also observed by our people all over the 12 states that we monitored. But today, it appears to be different. In Oyo State, up till 10 o'clock, the turnout has been so very low. And then we are hoping that before maybe 12-2, before we reach the end of polling, maybe more people will come out. But the good thing is that it has been generally peaceful. People are probably feared violence, and there has been no violence reported so far by all the teams that we have in Oyo State. We are taking reports from other parts of the country, and it still shows that this election has been very peaceful.
All right, so you are an academic. Apart from the obvious scare from violence, what can you say is usually responsible for voter apathy when we have situations like this?
Well, as an observer, I'm not supposed to say too much, but generally, if people hear, just hearing that there may be violence, they stay away from the elections. And of course, in many other elections, the voters are usually more interested in the presidential elections because they feel once the presidential election happens, the rest of the elections will follow suit. So when they don't think that their party has won at presidential level, there is usually voter apathy. And I think that is also what is turning out here today. There is nothing else to say. That should be the reasons.
Thank you so much, Prof, for your time, sir. Thank you, sir. There you have it. That's first-hand experience from those on the field who have also been monitoring the event. We are still here, still monitoring elections, and we hope that as the day progresses, we'll have more cheering news to share from Ibadan, the Oyo State capital. Over to you in the studio.
Bukola, given this report, it's quite interesting when we talk about low voter turnout. Maybe some might say it's not surprising, but Oyo State is quite a large state. It's saying there's Ogbomoso, there's Oyo Town, which you mentioned earlier, and quite a number of other areas. Is it the same thing, the same feel as you're getting from various other parts of the state? Oh, well, we'll definitely get back, hear back from Bukola on that one. Quite a tricky one. I mean,
yeah, I wanted to even find out from her, from the voters themselves, you know, it's also very good to get a feel of the people. What exactly are they feeling? What are they experiencing? What are their impression of the entire exercise? Because at the end of the day, it's about them. It's about the people. So as soon as we establish contact with our correspondent, Bukola, we will definitely get back to her to get a feel of what's happening in Oyo State. But we'll still have a guest here in the studio. Let me come to you. A bit of your impression of the exercise. Let's move from region to region. I'm sure you've been in Lagos. You've seen what's going on. You've had our correspondent talk from Ibadan, the Oyo State capital. You've also seen us read, or heard us read, some of the elections happening in maybe Ogun State and all of that. So what's your general impression? Because at the end of the day, if we put them in blocks, we may have variations of outing and remarks at the end of the exercise.
Absolutely. So I think that based on what we've been seeing so far in a lot of the states that observers are out in, the election seems peaceful. We're getting reports from places like Taraba State, places like even Plateau State, which we expected to be a little heated, that have been somewhat positive, as well as Ogun State as well. You alluded to Oyo State earlier, that earlier in the week we had some incidences that sort of acted like a precursor of what might be a violent outcome today, but the reality on the ground, just like your correspondent rightly affirmed, is the reverse. And the same thing is happening in Sokoto State, where 3 weeks ago we had several elections cancelled and several undeclared both at the Senate and 11 at the House of Reps, undeclared because of the outcome there. But today, everything seems to be going to plan. Voting seems to be happening, and the same thing in Rivers State. But then again, I think it's kind of early to tell, because this is still people coming out to vote. It's at the point where votes are being collated and votes are being counted. That's the point where people's sense of a lack of accountability starts to really play out. And I think that we have to sort of wait. We've seen isolated incidences of voter suppression in Lagos. In Imo, you reported earlier that there were some kidnapped officials, but thankfully the security forces stepped in on time.
All right, just one moment. The visual you're seeing is the APC governorship candidate for Kaduna State, Senator Uba Sani, who is indeed going through the process of casting his vote in this election, the governorship and House of Assembly election that's also taking place in Kaduna today.
Once you're a public figure, everyone needs to get a feel of you. Once you're a public figure,
it's not just that you're a public figure. If you're one of the keen contestants, you're one of the frontline candidates. There are maybe 18 political parties in that. I don't know how many exactly, but of the 18, I'm sure there are people that they are focusing, but that doesn't mean the other ones are not important at the end of the day. So just to put it in perspective.
Well, Millicent, don't even go there, please. Well, Dr. Oluwatola, you were making that point about, what's happening in the various regions. I mean, Geoffrey asked about, your impression concerning the Southwest. I mean, we've talked about 3. Okay. Just before that, to hold that thought, let's quickly get back to Kaduna State, where correspondent...
It appears there's a change of plan. He wanted to speak to the press.
He will, but they're trying to make way so that he'll have a comfortable spot. There's a lot of people milling around that particular polling unit.
We hope our cameraman can get a vantage spot.
And perhaps others as well who would... I'm sure they're also planning to vote at that particular polling unit. We're talking about one of the candidates for the elections there in Kaduna.
Well, this is what the people often say, that's African proverb. Okay, I think we're able to...
They've gotten a spot now.
Sorry, you are the APC governorship candidate. You've just exercised your franchise. How do you describe the process?
The process so far is going very smoothly. The report we are receiving from various local governments clearly shows that people have really come out to vote, particularly in some rural local governments. The turnout is very, very impressive. And I have no doubt in my mind that our supporters have really mobilized and our people have come out to vote for APC generally.
Do you have confidence in the process?
The confidence, the process is going very well. INEC have done extremely well. And the fact that they have decided to extend the election for at least a week, it makes them to properly organize the process, and the process have gone extremely well. I'm happy with the process, and I'm confident APC will win this election by the grace of God.
Well, that's the APC candidate in Kaduna State talking to the press. Certainly we'll give you more of that later on. So, Dr. Oluwatola, you were talking about the region. So Lagos, we've touched on Lagos, Ogun State, Oyo State. We've had feelers also from Ekiti State, where the vice president, cast his vote, and a number of places like that. What are you hearing from that region, southwest of Nigeria, in terms of the conduct general process?
So yeah, like you rightly said, we've heard from Ogun State where we have a somewhat competitive race. All the opposition parties have come together against the ruling party. So we expect that there's a lot coming from there. Oyo State, we've heard from Oyo State as well as Lagos State. Ekiti and Osun State don't have they have an off-cycle process as well as Ondo State. So we're not hearing as much. It's a little more mellow what's happening in those states. But so far, based on what we've seen so far from our observers, it seems that it's the same story, that the process has been relatively peaceful, but INEC turned up on time in many of the polling units where observers have visited, and there hasn't been reports of real serious voter suppression or violence. I think the same recurring information we keep getting is that voter apathy seems to be the case in a lot of those states. I know you also said that it's too early to say about voter apathy, but then it seems that for some of the states where the off-cycle elections are taking place, just House of Assembly, there are not a lot of people invested in that. Nigerians tend to not really care as much what happens in the state legislatures because they don't really feel the effect of the state legislature. When there's a gubernatorial election, there's a presidential election, people are passionate about it. My
apologies, Dr. Luatara. Is it that they don't feel the effect, that they don't even know the effect that they are having? Because there is no governor that can perform its duties without the legislature in the state.
Absolutely. I think there is a wholesale sort of generalization of what the various levels of government represent. A lot of people think that the House of Assembly exists to provide infrastructure and to do the types of things that the executive does. And when they don't see that happening as much. And yes, they do have some responsibilities where constituency projects are concerned, but ultimately their job really is to act as accountability partners to the executive and check the executive. But so far we haven't seen the House of Assembly become very strong. It's the hope that we have that now that for the first time we've got 8 parties represented at the national level.
That's for the national.
That will start to change, but at the state level, it's hard to see.
Perhaps for now, but Jeffrey, you had questions, tons of questions about the legislature, and I'm sure you want to
because
but let me quickly just bring it to Mr. Aribabu, perhaps on the same the issue of state assembly election. The concern is the understanding or otherwise of it for the people who are going to vote today. Most people are going to get 2 ballot papers, and they're just going to thumbprint, almost perhaps without knowing who exactly they're going to be voting for. They're just going to thumbprint for the party. The pictures of whoever are not there on the ballot.
Yeah. Well, like Dr. Toby said, the reality when it comes, the lower it gets in Nigeria, the less interest citizens appear to have. And I do agree with you that perhaps it's also because of the level of awareness, about the importance, of government. And that's why you see people blame the president for their local roads not being tarred or for drains not being cleared. Even where the ruling party at the center is not even the same at the state. And then when you look at the way politics have been played at state level, especially with state organized elections going strictly to one party, there is a lot of distrust, by citizens of governance at state level. So that's an issue that needs to be. And then, of course, because in our country, the one who holds power, who holds executive power, is seen as the ultimate. So you see people are interested in governorship, really. They are interested in who the governor is because they know that's a lot of power. But they are also more interested in who the president is because they believe that, it is in Abuja that they share the resources. So whatever is going to come to your state or come to you, a lot has to do with the powers of the president. You know, so it means that we have a whole lot of work to do, because if people do not understand that they can make serious change to their quality of life, to the delivery of governance to them at the state level, through the state legislature, it's difficult to, you know, really have a functional society if people do not appreciate the importance of local government. So this is part of the reason why after this election, we still need to go back to all those issues that we have been on. How do we ensure that local government remains relevant, you know, to the lives of citizens? How do we do voter education for people? So, for instance, if in any states you have seen a situation where not the one that is orchestrated from Abuja, but where the legislature really says that, oh, things are not going right and we are going to be impeaching the governor, or somebody is being recalled, it's going to give a lot of confidence, you know, to citizens.
I'm really waiting for that. I'm really waiting for that to happen.
Yeah, because I always make it happen.
Conversation, you know, for quite a while. Even the attempts that have been made, how successful or otherwise.
Ekiti was successful, Plateau was successful by Abuja, not by the people.
It's just for people now to now see it as something. But we have an update on that.
Yes, there's a lot to talk about when it comes to the assembly. But let's hold off on it for a bit. Let's go back to the field where we reported. We told you we're ubiquitous. We'll be everywhere to ensure that we bring you all the stories across board. So be part of it as well. Send us pictures, send us videos. If there's violence in your area, we may not be that particular spot at that time, but if you let us know, we'll drive in and get that information out to the public. So wherever you are, just send us information across board. We'll keep displaying how you can get across us on social media, just hashtag 2023 verdict. But the VGC area residents set up a field in a particular location to vote. That you see that picture there. We understand there are 8 polling units there, and the residents said that they have traditionally voted there for about 20 years. They even cited that the presidential election was done there, but to their support, the electoral umpire moved their polling units so outside the VGC gate. They are suspicious, in their words, of this move because they say it leaves them open to elements where elections could be disrupted by thugs and even hijacked. We understand that some of them have refused to vote. Well, that's coming in from the VGC.
So you know, we've been talking about that for a while. A number of people have been making videos and circulating all over the place. Some celebrities have also done that, you know, putting their word out.
So apparently they are not ready to vote.
No, they are ready to vote.
They are
not
willing to vote.
Move their polling units to another location. If that had been communicated to them ahead of time, perhaps that would have been something for them to consider. So let INEC
again, communication from INEC.
Absolutely. I mean, we've talked about that over and over again. Why would you insist on that? And, you know, hey, it's very important that people know what is up. If there is a reason, the people deserve to know.
INEC should please speak out because it's their right to vote. And if they are suspicious for whatever reason, it's also their right to suspect.
Absolutely.
Given the trust gap, the trust deficit we suffer as a country, we hope that one day all of this will be in the past, but right now we have those issues. So if all of a sudden I voted 3 weeks ago and I come and my polling unit has been moved, what exactly is going on? That's exactly what
it's only natural for anyone to suspect.
Millicent?
There are about 8 polling units there, and it's also past 1 o'clock. At the time. Well, we'd like to take you now to Ogun State. We understand one of the candidates in that election has also exercised his franchise there. I believe it is Mr. Ladia Debutu, PDP candidate in Ogun State.
It's early days. Let us see when the counting begins, because that is when the true sense of what we have done comes to the fore. I'm encouraged with the turnout because people are truly affected and they're responding in a true desire to improve their lot. The question now is, will the system allow their votes to count?
We move to Oka now in Anambra State. It's not the governorship election, but House of Assembly elections are taking place there. Our correspondent, Joy, brings us the latest.
We have a very clement weather here in Oka, the Anambra State capital. Here is polling unit 008, Aroma 1, with 2,470 voters. The turnout is not quite impressive if you see behind me, as against what happened here in February 25th during the election. But hopes are high that people will still come for this election. Now, aside the State Assembly election, there is also a rerun election in Ogbaro Federal Constituency, whereby the House of Reps election will take place also today. Remember, Anambra State is not having the governorship election. It will interest you to know that it was only yesterday that the incumbent administration of Professor Chukwuma Soludo clocked 1 year. And so it is clear that the crop of House of Assembly members he's been working with were inherited from the last administration of ex-governor Willie Obiano. This will be the first election, the House of Assembly election under his watch. There are a few things to note about this election. One, that INEC says they have configured over 1,000 beavers for this election, fully charged and ready for operation. And then for the police, they say that it's only the federal forces that are allowed to monitor this election, to provide security for this election. If you are a vigilante service, you have no place here. They've all been excluded from participating in this particular election, either by way of monitoring or providing security. It's only the federal forces. Now, here in this polling unit 008, Aroma 1, accreditation has been done for some people, verification has also been done for some people, and voting has commenced. Let us hear what some of the voters have to tell us about this particular election, how prepared, INEC has been for this particular election.
It's going on seamlessly, unlike the other one. I guess because of the, voter apathy, that is obvious. I don't know why, but it's moving on smoothly.
So you just voted?
Yeah.
And how do you feel casting your ballot?
I feel very, 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 very satisfied with the system and with myself. We should be able to be part, of the system that brings in good governance. I don't know how to express my feeling. I'm just very glad I'm able to vote and say my voice towards, this is a good governance issue.
No, I'm very glad there's no violence here. There's no violence. At least everything is organized very well. But I've also, I think people should be very clear that they are voting for the conscience, for the conscience of the masses, for their future as well.
They have expressed their opinion, and they are very happy that there has not been any violence in this particular area. And we hope that it will also spread in other areas. There won't be violence, there won't be thuggery, and there won't be anything untoward. This election will hold free, fair, and credible. From polling unit 008, Aroma 1, Joy Odine, reporting for Channels Television.
Joy Odinye there with the latest from Anambra State, where they are voting to elect their House of Assembly representatives. And let's go over now to a location in Lagos, where our correspondent Timothy Crown Aderibigbe brings us the latest from there. Timothy.
We are here at Osholu Secondary School in Iriwe community of Ojo local government area of Lagos State. On these premises, there are two polling units, one of them 001, where the governorship candidate of the People's Democratic Party, Dr. Olajide Adediro, just cast his ballot. Getting to this community takes about 1 hour travel on water. It's a peaceful process here where party agents and observers commend the process. Timothy Crown, Aderibigbe, Channels Television News.
So we are looking at, what's happening in a hinterland. We can call it that.
Yeah, I mean, who was it that was talking to us about that earlier? That look, that's really where we have the voters. A lot of people are in that in a community. How many urban areas do we have in Nigeria? And it's the same thing all over the world. But right now, we also understand that Olu Phillips is on standby. I was trying to give us some updates earlier. Olu, what's new right now?
Yeah. Ayo, what can be new? Everything is new. As far as these places are concerned, we are still around the Ajawes. So from the hinterland to the upper land. We're still in a Jawest area where we had pockets of violence, or not necessarily violence, but what you can call voter suppression. So there are no ballot box snatching, there are no ballot box stopping. But what we have done is a subtle suppression, disenfranchising people from coming to vote. We are on a street called Musli Akinsoya Street. If you know that name, it rings a bell. That's the managing director of the Lagos Parks Street, where we've heard stories of people being intimidated out if you're not voting for the ruling All Progressives Congress. And here's a snippet of what we are talking about. The Labour Party agent has just received a blow, a deck to his ear, and he's already bleeding. Let me show you what I mean. Look at his ears. Look at his ears. He's just been, because he wouldn't do what they want him to do, and he's saying to us his life, he feels threatened, his life, he doesn't feel safe, and he needs to get out of this place. We've seen some military men are patrolling around this area, and we're hoping that this would help bring the kind of sanity that people who want to vote and cast their vote and exercise a franchise can do around here. It's a stronghold where we are, and there's no mind in what I know. We know, but we have to do our jobs. So, for instance, we're told that the last time during the presidential election, there were 2 polling units. One was there, one is there right now, which is this one. And the second one, if my cameraman, don't move too fast, cameraman, can you turn back to me? Just turn back to me. And the second one was in this hotel. But on this governorship election, the second one has been moved down. You see where it is down, right there in front of the strongman's house. And that may not mean anything, that could mean anything, that could mean anything, that could also mean nothing. But it meant that if you're going to vote, and you're going to vote in front of the strongman's house, you know what that means. This is happening live in Ajawa State. And so from Osolo Way to Asafari to Latif Salami, we have the same complaint of voters who have been harassed and beaten up and told, if you're not voting for the ruling party, get out of the polling unit. We have videos that we can send you much later after this, because we're getting those videos by other writers when we're wearing live on television. But this is what we have for you. Ayo, you have something else for me?
Yes. The question that I naturally want to ask is, where are the security officials that are supposed to ensure that people are able to exercise their franchise?
I give an example of what either the Electoral Act says or what we have in terms of voting opportunities. So you see a polling unit like this, and you see policemen who are not armed, just one arm, this one here and this one here. I don't know how much they can do in terms of warding off. Election should be elections. People should be able to say, my choice is this, my choice of candidate choice is this, my choice of vote is this. But it doesn't come as simple as that can be or should be. And this is a worry, a big worry. Initially, in February 25th, we saw a lot of logistics issues. We saw a lot of challenges, moving materials and all of that. Today, we've seen laxity, we've seen lethargy, and we have seen voter suppression. And you ask, we've prepared for years and beyond for a day like this, and we're still having this kind of situation. What does it really say as far as a voting country like this is, with the size of over a 200 million population, the most populous black nation in the world? We should actually get it right. I don't know what the reforms could be from this election, but INEC has got its job cut out for itself. The National Assembly has got its job cut out for itself. A situation whereby you have people who are not armed. Even the military detachment that are coming around here have told us clearly, we can't stay with you, we can only patrol. If we see pockets of violence or violence, then we can step in. So we're taking a chance to do this on the street of the strongman, and hoping that it stays at doing our job, and all of the apparatuses of government will be kicked in places like this, where we all know that will be a stronghold for any party to want to take. Remember what happened in presidential elections? All of these places were lost. The ruling party lost all of these places, and I'm sure, I think maybe they don't want a repeat of that incident around here. Perhaps, Ayo.
Olu, we'll have to let you go. So, as we always say, we want you to remain safe wherever you are, because I know that that's not your last stop. You're still going to go to one or two other places. Just keep safe wherever you are right now, okay?
And when Ayo asked if something was new, I think his shirt is new.
Yeah, he has changed his shirt and removed it. Says
I noticed
it's a bulletproof.
Yeah, but it's also...
You are in favor to the police.
All right, Ohai, you know, we're witnessing scenarios like this, and it's just like when we began this discussion about voter suppression and, you know, disenfranchisement or whatever name you choose, we're seeing, you know, an angst against the police themselves. So it's a lot of unanswered questions here, and you can't help but think even the security forces are overwhelmed.
Well, it's interesting what's happening. It's not what in marketing you call what you call a buyer's market. It used to be that the sellers dictated how things would go. But now the voters, in this case, the buyers who are the voters, are now determining. Nigerians are more resolute, more determined. But more importantly, I think that I hope that INEC chairman himself is watching this, or that someone would have drawn his attention to this. They already know the polling unit, 008 in, what's the name of that street? But I guess they already have the results. I expect that he would have given directives to whoever is in charge in Lagos State here. And if those materials, I'm sure they have extra materials, to say deploy materials there immediately and do something about this. Because if these people are disenfranchised, then it will be a shame. Because the idea is to intimidate. The idea is to suppress and possibly steal by other means votes. You understand? Because how do you do it? It's either you reduce the votes or you add by other means. In this case, you reduce your opponent's vote through strategies like this. Yeah. So I would expect that I'm calling on the INEC chairman right now, and I hope he's listening. Or I hope that his staff are listening, because if there's a state of anarchy here now, whatever happens here now, Mahmoud Yahaya should be held responsible. The reason is he's hearing what is happening.
Yakubu, actually.
Yakubu, thank you. Yakubu. So I would expect, if I was in his position, I'll put through a call right now, call the person in charge of the state and say, if possible, get to that place. Provide the materials and make sure that these people vote.
Very good, Victor. Now, Professor Adeni, you're listening to all of this. You're seeing this scenario playing out live in Okota, Lagos. The security people are trying to exit the current logjam with voters who apparently are having challenges, and of course, INEC officials are not there. So, okay, Victor, we have to continue with you, Victor. So, in this scenario, yes. No, they've taken.
Want to move.
Yeah, they've taken the. Yeah.
There are some there. They want to move with them.
Okay.
They were supposed to go and configure the beavers, so we heard. Fortunately, I can see observers, foreign observers there as well, and I hope they're taking note. So, but they want to move with the INEC officials and possible materials, which is why the people are saying no. If it was just policemen, they don't mind.
Okay.
Because why would they block the only policemen? I heard in the report that they are going over with INEC officials. Okay. And so the people fear that that will be the end, that they will be completely disenfranchised.
But in that scenario, yes, when you have incidences like this,
yes,
maybe not on a massive scale, but is that enough to overturn an election in that area or generally within the state?
Well,
depending on the frequency of this occurring.
I had something that, let me just say this to you, please, permit me. I didn't think I would need it, but in my coming handy here, it said the importance of one vote.
Yeah.
That, it says, in 1645, one vote gave Oliver Cromwell control of England. In 1776, one vote gave the United States English language instead of German. In 1800, Thomas Jefferson was elected President of America by one vote margin. In 1845, one vote brought Texas into Union. In 1868, one vote saves President Andrew Johnson from impeachment. I'm almost done. In 1875, one vote changed France from a monarchy to a republic. In 1889, just 2 or 3, I think. In 1889, by one vote margin, Washington was admitted to statehood with Union. In 1923, one vote gave Adolf Hitler leadership of Nazi Party.
Yeah.
In 1994, United States, that's second to last, in the United States House of Representatives enacted a law banning specific classes of assault weapons. The vote was initially tied, but one member changed his vote to approve the ban. And the final one, in 1995, United States Balanced Budget Amendment Bill came before U.S. Senate when it became obvious that the measure would fail. Senate Republican Whip Bob Dole changed his vote to enable him to bring the matter back up under parliamentary rules for a vote in the future. One vote is very important. It could make a difference.
Yeah.
Now, what you see is increments of one vote. Every disenfranchisement is increments of one vote. And so these numbers add up. Now, if you suppress 10 people here, 10 people at another polling unit, and multiply it across board, then obviously it could make a world of difference. And that's why I think that anyone who's willing, is qualified and able, should exercise their franchise one way or another. So every single vote matters, and that's why I think that these people have a right to insist. They cannot, it's a fundamental right, yes, to vote and be voted of the INEC officials there, address the people, but make sure that you can guarantee that they're going to bring materials so that they can vote. Otherwise, I can tell you that this will be the end, unless they promise them that they're going. I mean, if you vote afterwards and the elections have been, election has been concluded, then of what use is it? The joy of voting is not there. You vote not because you necessarily are going to have your candidate in, but that's your expression and your right of expression, you know, which you must not be. It can go one way or another. When I vote, I'm either saying, kudos to you, a sort of positive reinforcement, please carry on. Or I might say, I don't like what you're doing. It doesn't matter whether you win or not, but my voice has been heard. You know, so I think it's important that they not be not ignored, and that the right thing is done.
Very good, Victor. And we can just about make out the vehicle conveying the security personnel is finally being allowed to leave the scene. Of course, where the people are currently not happy with the scenario of thugs coming in to disrupt electoral proceedings. A big question is, if they're leaving now, what will be the scenario for that polling station, of which we have two? Yes, for that. All right, we have Professor Adeni back online. You've been witnessing all that is going on live in Okota, Lagos. Security forces are leaving with some INEC officials, we believe, to reconfigure the machines there. What are your thoughts? You know, this is dragging on for some time now.
I sympathize with those voters. You could see their genuine enthusiasm, and they are genuinely crying for help, asking security agencies to help them, you know, so they will not be disenfranchised. And of course, we do not know the details of what has transpired yet, because what we would have expected was for the security agencies to stay there and ensure that they actually cast their votes, you know. But now they are going to be left in the lodge somewhat, except INEC comes in later and say that there should be a supplementary election in those areas where voters have been suppressed, or where there have been evidence, genuine evidence, valid evidence of disenfranchisement. This is definitely unacceptable, definitely uncalled for. It's not the kind of thing we should be expecting in this day and age, especially with all the preachments we have had in the build-up to the election. And of course, with all the lessons we should have learned after the presidential election, where there were genuine allegations of voter suppression. And this is it's just very annoying, you know, very unsalutary. And whoever is behind this, you know, should feel ashamed of him or herself. And remedies can still come in from the authorities, really. And which other authority are we going to call upon other than INEC, the security agencies? You know, but whatever happens at the end of the day, you know, the votes overall at the end of the day should not be counted, you know, without countenancing the interests of these mass of voters that we're seeing on the screen. They should be countenanced, Their interests should be counted, their votes should be counted. They should be made to vote. They should be allowed to express themselves, like Dr. Victor said there. It doesn't matter how their interests go. It's just expressing their civic responsibility. And civic responsibility is sacred. It's a mark of citizenship. It's a demonstration of their Nigerianness, and they should not be prevented from doing this. It doesn't matter where they come from. We are all one, like many of them have said rightly. And of course, in being one, that sense of longing, that sense of belonging should not be denied anyone. So at the end of the day, overall, or just to conclude, whatever happens, these fellows, their votes should matter, in the overall results that will be announced at the end of the day. It doesn't matter if we have delays, if we have some kind of consideration in terms of postponement, or even supplementary election. At the end of the day, what matters is that they should be involved, they should be integrated in the process.
Very good, Professor. We will get back to you on that scenario, and we still have Tokunbo Oyetunji standing by. Tokunbo, we've seen the security convoy leave just now. They've been finally allowed to go, but what transpired up to this moment? What more can you tell us? Okay, we seems to have lost the feed for Tokunbo Oyetunji, but hopefully we will get him back before the end of the show to give us more update on Okota imbroglio, which is currently happening. And of course, we've seen that scenario play out, but the question remains, now that the people have been left, the voters have been left in the lurch, what happens? You'd expect, there was so much assurances from INEC right from the beginning. And I remember when I asked the professor what has changed between the presidential elections and now to prevent scenarios such as this. And of course, hopefully we'll get back to you, Victor. Tokunbo, we've seen the security forces leave. What transpired? What has happened a few moments ago?
Yes, what actually happened, like I was trying to report to you earlier, was the fact that the INEC personnel from that polling unit where the disruption took place earlier because of the hoodlums attack, began to express fears for their lives that they can't continue with this process. So the security personnel had to actually listen to them and see how they can safely take them away from here. In fact, we had one of the ladies actually crying in the police van there because she was so very confused about what was going on when the pandemonium actually broke out, especially with the community members here trying to stop the van from moving away. So I had to engage one of the personnel, asking him what exactly was going on, and he said, well, since they had seen what happened earlier, they couldn't continue, and when they spoke with their supervisors in the office, they told them to actually leave the place and start coming back to the office. But the community members will not have any of that, as they actually tried to stop the police van from taking them away. But eventually, when that senior police officer came, he had to kind of engage them, and the way he settled it was for the party agents present here to come along with them so they can know the next action that they are taking. Well, we now have to be waiting for what the decision will be from the Independent National Electoral Commission as regards the polling unit on Wahid Akoni, this spot. Of course, the voting point right behind me, where I'm standing on the street, is still operational. Voting is still going on there. But for the other one on Wahid Akoni, for now, the process has stopped as the personnel have been taken away by those police personnel.
Thank you, Tokunbo. What can you tell us possibly went wrong with the INEC process? Did you speak to the INEC officials? What was wrong with the beavers? And what step in the process did it go wrong? And why? Did they test it the day before?
Oh, well, I mean, they must have. But what I gathered was that the beavers never actually worked, since the process started this month. In fact, they were unable to actually kickstart the process. It was in the process of trying to reconfigure, trying to fiddle with the machines that the attack happened. So the personnel became so confused and they had to run for their lives. So when they actually returned, they realized that the situation was not that conducive enough for them. Despite the presence of security personnel, they had to actually find a way out of this place. And coupled with the fact that after they spoke with their superiors in the office, we don't know what the tone of the conversation with the superior personnel in the office was. But I guess they must have realized that the officers on ground here could not go ahead to handle the situation. That was why they must have decided that returning to the office would be the best option. But that would mean, I'm thinking that INEC will be thinking of having to reschedule the exercise here. That is what I'm thinking. I don't know what the decision of INEC will be eventually.
All right, Tokumbo, 2 police stations where you are on that street. Before you arrived there, what was the scenario like, generally around that region before you reached that hotspot? Is it the same scenario or it's yet peaceful?
No, I mean, what I gathered is that it was more peaceful than what we had here. Of course, like I told you earlier, the report I gathered, I wasn't here during the presidential election, but what I found out was people came here in their numbers and they were able to actually participate, vote without any form of harassment or intimidation by anybody. So the voters here must have come with that kind of mindset again, that we're coming out here to actually vote for the state assembly rep for them for the next 4 years, and who will be the governor of Lagos State for the next 4 years. They must have come out with that mindset, because that was what happened during the presidential election. And like I gathered, they came in here, those who were supposed to actually vote at that polling unit that is still functional, went there and they started the process. I've seen some of them who have actually been able to vote, and those who are supposed to vote on Waida Akoni, the one where the disruption took place, actually went there expecting, queuing up, expecting that the process will kickstart. I learned that the INEC personnel actually arrived a bit late, not as late as it was during the presidential election, but despite that late arrival, the people were expectant that the process was going to take the same shape as it was during the presidential election. But unfortunately, some hoodlums actually came in, started throwing bottles and other weapons to actually chase the people away, and that was when the pandemonium broke. Like I said earlier, even those that were already voting at the polling unit right behind me here equally had to run for cover, because, of course, nobody is immune against the attack by those hoodlums. So, as regards the expectations of the people, they were expecting a good day, but this weight has turned out. Some of them are still hanging around, and they're angry that they've not been able to actually participate, despite assurances by the security personnel, the senior police personnel that came in here, that the situation will be resolved by the appropriate authorities. The majority of them are cynical that may just be the end of it here, but I don't think so, really. Lee.
Thank you so much. We're going to bring in Oba Adeoye from Etiosa. Oba, are you there? Tell us what's going on.
Yes, I'm here.
Please give us a brief of what's going on.
Okay, I am at, they call this place Agungi Ajiran Road here in Etiosa, Lekki area precisely. And a lot of people, about 1,000 registered voters in this particular unit, have been unable to vote. They woke up this morning to find this sacrifice right behind me here, and we were told that it's part of the ploy to discourage people from coming out to vote. But the people said they are not daunted by the sacrifice, that they are ready to cast their vote. But even at that, there's no INEC official in sight to conduct the voting process here. A lot of them, you can see them standing here. They feel disenfranchised already, and they are already protesting that they want to be part of the process.
Hello?
But there's no INEC official in sight, and nothing is taking place here. But a stone throw away from here, where we have about 50
let's just
voters,
finish with this.
INEC officials came
On
there
the line
and they
now.
conducted the process and they completed the process. But here that we have more voters, about 1,000 of them, there's no INEC official in sight and nothing has happened here since morning, at least about 1 p.m. or thereabout, and 1:35 p.m. precisely, and nothing has happened. Nothing is happening as we speak right now. The people are standing by. I have some of them here with me that I can speak with. Madam, let me speak with you. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, please.
So what's the name?
Dorcas.
Dorcas what?
Ajimele.
Dorcas Ajimele. So tell me, what's the situation here right now?
For us here, I know there are some people that actually came here as early as 7 a.m.
Good afternoon. I'm reporting to state.
Hello.
All right.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah. Okay. Now, can we take the Reverend on standby?
All right. We have that's just some report from Lagos, Okota, and from other places in Lagos. We have a few of our people who are now
is here.
We have Jonathan Agbo from Enugu.
Yeah.
We have.
Can you speak up?
Hello, can you hear me? We have Oladele Taiwo, and we also have Reverend Ayodeji. So let's start with Venerable Jonathan, who has been here for quite a while. Venerable Jonathan Agbo, can you please give us your feedback of what is happening?
Yeah, thank you very much. Enugu is good. I've gone around the whole of Enugu North and Enugu South local governments, the two local governments and the municipality. Visited the Okpara Square. Okpara Square is the polling center closest to the seat of government, that's government house. Enugu is calm. There is no place that we have serious electoral challenge. Only in one center that one polling unit reported that their machine is the beavers is malfunctioning and they sent for a replacement. In the whole town is filled with military presence. Even it was because of my tag that I was having access. So it's been a very, all the corners of Enugu, I don't know why, but the police are deployed at the polling centers and polling units, but the military took over the streets. So far so good, things are moving fine. INEC officials arrived early. In some of the places, as early as 7 o'clock, they were already there. In some of the places, it is only in one place that they said they arrived around 8:30. Otherwise, all other places, they arrived there before 7:30. And by 8:30, they have finished setting up their materials, accreditation, and voting started. So Enugu is fine.
Okay, Jonathan, nice seeing you, and we are glad to hear that things are calm in Enugu. What can you say generally about the political environment? Is it tense? Is everywhere calm? Are there security men at the polling booth? How many, if there are? And do we have other observer groups on ground apart from Conac? What can you say about this?
In this governorship and House of Assembly election, and Enugu North and South incidentally belong to Enugu East Senatorial District, where we also had the senatorial election. The situation is not so much tensed per se, but the presence of the key contestants and their parties are there. You can feel the presence of PDP trying to recover from the shock of the last presidential election. You can see the presence of Labour struggling to maintain their feat of the last election. You can see the presence of APC, trying to come up, and you can see the presence of APGA. And one thing about Enugu politics is that the four key governorship contestants are from two neighboring local governments. The local governments that the national director, are you still there?
Yes, I'm with you,
okay.
And I can hear you clearly.
I see. Probably just your video was muted a while, but it's back. Yeah.
Okay.
So one thing about Enugu politics is that three of the key contestants are from two broader local governments, Nkanu West local government and Nkanu East local government. The governorship candidate of APGA is from Nkanu West local government. Governorship candidate of APC is from Nkanu West local government. Governorship candidate of PDP is from Nkanu East. These are brothers, one local government that was divided into two. It is only the Labour that is from Isuzu local government, but incidentally, they are all from Enugu East Senatorial Zone. So, by and large, the governorship candidates may or must have to, because the four key contestants are all from Enugu East. But the candidate of Labour, also came from Enugu East, but in the Second or Third Republic, that local government was one with another local government that is in Enugu North now. That is Udenu, where the current governor of Enugu State is from. So Issues and Udenu used to be one local government. But during the new dispensation, political process from 1999, Issues had to come to Enugu East, and Udenu remained in Enugu North Senatorial Zone. So the Labour Party candidate is also enjoying the support of his ancestral lineage of Enugu North Senatorial Zone. So that is the politics of Enugu. That is the politics of Enugu. Then concerning the presence of security people, they are there, though unarmed, at the polling units, polling centers. They are all over the places, policemen, civil defense, correctional services. They pull them all from there. But along the streets, the major streets, the soldiers are there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think that history was, that historical analysis was very enlightening, and it has added some flavor to this very report. Can you say, because when you were reporting, especially talking about the background of the candidates coming from one senatorial district, which is Enugu East, I begin to wonder whether it was unanimously resolved in the state that the power should shift to that very side of the state. Why is it that all the governorship candidates are all from Enugu East senatorial zone?
Yeah, Enugu politics has been standing on a kind of tripod, you know, which they're called triangular equilibrium, you know, which they're called triangular equilibrium. So
okay,
the governor, starting from even the time of old Anambra State, they started tracing it from the time of old Anambra State. Jim Wobodo happened to be from the current Enugu East. Sisiono happened to come from the current Enugu East, you know, but from the time of Okwesileze Wodo in 1992, 93, 92 precisely, they now agreed that power should be moving from one zone to the other. And it came clearly into play from 1999 with Chimaroke Nnamani. So after Chimaroke Nnamani, from 1999 to 2007, he had his second tenure, and Chimaroke is from Enugu East Senatorial Zone. Power now shifted to Enugu West. Sullivan Chime came. Power shifted to Enugu West, and Sullivan had his 4 years, you know, from 2007 to 2014, you know, and Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi now took over, and now to 2015. Ifeanyi took over from 2015 and to the present, another 8 years. And Ifeanyi Ugwuanyi is from Enugu North Senatorial Zone. And these zones happen to be identified with key or major towns. Enugu Senatorial Zone is covering Enugu North, Enugu South, Enugu East, Nkanu East, Nkanu West, and Isuzo local governments, the 6. While Enugu West Senatorial Zone is covering Udi local governments, Ezagu local governments, Ojiriva local governments, Aniri local government, and Ogu local government. Then you go to Enugu North. Enugu North Senatorial Zone covers Nsukka local government, Ozowani local government, Igboeze North local government, Igboeze South local government, Udenu local government, and Igbo Etiti local government. So that is it. The local government, the position of the local government, and the sharing of power, and that arrangement.
So which means from what you are saying, this zonal arrangement for governorship election has been kind of assimilated by every person in the state, to the extent that if it is the zone of Enugu East Senatorial District, then all the political parties will feed somebody, a candidate from that zone.
Yeah,
it's like that. Okay.
Yeah,
something
that it is this time that it played out very well, because in the past, this arrangement was actually PDP's arrangements. But PDP dominated Enugu politics for the past 24 years. You know, it dominated whatever PDP. If you have PDP nomination in the past, before now, you are
already the winner.
You are good to go as a winner. It was only in that last presidential election that a difference emerged. You know, when they see that when they saw that even the governor lost the election.
You know, on a lighter note, this election is like a town hall that is different.
Yeah, it is. So while others were and you know one thing, all the key contestants, all the key governorship contestants were all part of PDP one time or the other. In fact, the governorship candidate of Labour left PDP May last year when he lost primaries.
Wow.
He was
that should be Alex Oti.
No. Enugu is
okay.
Oti is Abia.
Oti is Abia.
Yes. Enugu is Edoga.
Okay, Edoga.
Yes. He was a serving commissioner until the time of primaries when he now moved in and and was actually not the choice of his party. That was when he left for Labour. Frank Wekeji was a minister under Obasanjo, nominated by and Governor Chimaroke Nnaman. After being his chief of staff, then he now nominated him as a minister, you know. So they all passed through PDP one way or the other, because PDP used to be the only political party. Others were just in name. But right now, I can tell you that 4 political parties are very active in Enugu. And as we speak, nobody can say he is sure he's going to win, unlike before. PDP is not sure, APGA is not sure, Labour is not sure, APC is not sure. But it has to be one of these 4. Not that there are no other lies.
What can you say about the power of incumbency? Is it playing out in this election at all?
The incumbency has lost its power.
Okay.
The incumbent has lost his power. The incumbent, as a matter of fact, lost a senatorial election. And the information available to me from the field is that not only did he lose his senatorial seat, that he lost in his own polling unit. So it's as bad as
that. So thank you very much for the reporting. We do hope we'll still get some more reports on collation, because it is about 2 o'clock now, and we know election will be they will be rounding up the voting processes in most of the polling centers now, and the collation we start in earnest. So we want to maybe hear from you again about what is happening when collation starts.
Yeah, we will do our best.
Once again, we thank you very much for calling in, and we hope you people get it right, or your people rather get this right.
Well, I am sure those who have not voted are less than those who have voted. And just like you said, in less than about 30 minutes time, voting will stop in most places, because voting started early enough. So we'll stop in most places by 2:30. Thank you very much.
Thank you for calling in. God bless you.
God bless you.
Korode, over to you, Korode. Let's bring in the other gentleman that will be on standby.
No, I think he has gone.
Oh my God. Oh, wow.
up to
Yes.
from up to
Yeah,
come
maybe they wanted to quickly give their own before leaving.
Yeah, I suspect that's much. So we
Maybe
wait for them.
some of them are also having the challenge of not having enough data, and so they cannot stay on for too long. So maybe what we'll be doing, anyone that attempt to come up will just quickly take that very one, so that if there's no enough data, the person can go back. Yes, I've seen the message coming. Let's find out what is the message Samuel is sending to us. Let's know what they are saying. Can you check up the messages?
Well, I don't have any message here.
Okay, let me check this.
So I think what we have been seeing more is the fact that there is a lot of voter apathy, especially across Southeast, and then also in the voter suppression, which is happening in Lagos, and this is quite not encouraging. This is quite not encouraging. So we link up again to just get some updates.
Yeah, while we link up, I want you to carefully watch out for when those reverend gentlemen will come back, because
yes,
I know one of them was
at the same time.
Yes, one of them, I believe, was to report from Ogun axis, and we need to hear somebody from Ogun State, and possibly if there's anyone from Lagos.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The reports, we escalate them to the state director of the state director of the Department of State Services, to the Commissioner of Police, and to the other platforms that have been established for and for where these reports can be filed. So as for INEC, let me say that I'm pleased. Somewhat smooth. Then the next phase is when the voting has been concluded. We want to see how the counting proceeds. We want to see how the undertaken is extremely important. This was a major time, 5, so we hope that it will be remarkably different on this occasion. I'm also very good. Thank you.
Reflections on the elections in Enugu State. Of course, Frank Wike Jr. is the APGA governorship candidate for that region. In other news, former President Goodluck Jonathan is calling for the arrest and prosecution of those who burned down electoral materials in Ogwea constituency 2 in Bayelsa State. Jonathan, however, commended the Independent National Electoral Commission for early arrival, performed his civic duty at Otueke Ward 13, Unit 39 in Ogwea Council area of Bayelsa State.
Judging from my voting unit here, today the materials arrived earlier than 3 weeks ago. And if that reflects at least 70 to 80% of the country, then we are very happy that INEC in terms of the arrival of materials. In terms of general security of the election, it's peaceful here. But I'm disturbed because within my local government, I've learned that the state constituency 2, what people call the Anyamas part of Ogwea, that there were crises. The materials have been burnt down. And the police must make sure they arrest all those involved. If they feel challenged, they should go to the governor to get the military involved. All those who are involved in that act must be arrested and prosecuted. And we are all watching. If the police fail to do that, we'll feel terribly disappointed. Nobody should mess up
Glass, they
our
smashed
electoral
the
system.
glass.
In
Voting was going
1999,
right, going
2002, all
good
those kind of
until this began
criminal
to happen. The accreditation paper, everything torn in shreds. The voting paper, all torn in shreds. And I understand that the INEC officials had to take to their heels. Even the police woman that was attached to this place, I understand, had to run away because of the hoodlums who attacked this building. If you look at the stretch of the street, these are the number of people that have been disenfranchised from voting, and those who have voted, their votes may not count because it's all been torn away and turned into stress. I'm going to talk to someone who can give us a valid information about what happened here earlier. Can you tell us what happened, please?
Okay, today we came to cast our votes as, good citizens. But then, before we knew, we had talks coming here with like bottles, with canes. They were chasing people away from there. They kept on saying things like, if you're not voting APC, get out of here. We're gonna kill you. We're gonna beat you. They started scattering everything. They scattered everything here. They were threatening people. They were breaking glasses. They were throwing stones, causing a mess. People started running from place to place because they were scared for their lives. Honestly, because if you wanna say, okay, yeah, you wanna die for your country. Is Nigeria even worth dying for?
No, but no, Nigeria is worth dying for. But the question to ask is, what happened to the security person that was here when all of this was happening?
Well, the security personnel, they were not of much help, honestly. They're here to, make sure everyone is safe during elections. They were not of much help.
So what has happened to your ballot? What has happened to your votes? Is this going to count?
It's not going to count, as we all heard. It's not going to count. Okay, yeah, because they turned the materials, and then at the end of the day, the police, they went away with the INEC officials and also with our beavers. So then they said the votes that were being cast here before the talks came would not be counted, meaning our votes here are invalid, which is very, very wrong because we all came out in one. Some people even flew into the country to vote. Now our votes are being invalid just because of talks. They destroyed everything.
Okay, so this is the situation here on Waida Kani Street. We thought that we are not going to run into a situation where we'll find ballot box snatching. We had reported up to now that there has not been ballot snatching, but we've just reported one now here off Agor Palace Way where a ballot has been snatched, and the votes here have been cancelled by way of being torn into shreds. And I mean, totally all the people that I have here with the BPCs might not be able to continue this exercise because the INEC officials, both ad hoc and those that have come to carry out this exercise today, have all fled. And it raises the question again, what we've been saying all day. We knew that places like this was going to be volatile. Now, so what happens to close to 200 to 250 people, I'm told, in this unit that try to vote? You can say this is INEC material. There's no INEC official here to take care of it. This is an INEC, this is a ballot box. This is another ballot box. Nobody here to count it. Nobody here to take care of it. There's no caretaker here as it were. All the papers on the floor. It's a sad situation here in Agor Palace Way.
And Olu, one also wonders, did they take off with the BVAS? Do we know what has happened to it?
So we understand that they didn't come with, shots were not fired, but stones were used, bottles were used, so people scampered for safety. And so the beavers in this unit has been taken away. The ballot papers have been torn and thrown on the floor. So there's technically and ultimately nothing to record anyone who had come out here to vote today. There is
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. We got the election is over. Are you hearing me? Hello.
Reverend Ayodeji, good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Where are you reaching us from, sir?
Okay,
from Ekiti State. Unfortunately, we can barely hear you. Your audio is cracking.
Can hear me clearly?
Yes.
Hello? Can you hear me now?
Not as sharp.
Clear. Hello?
Yeah, go ahead, sir.
Okay. I monitored the election to John and
from Ekiti. From Ekiti.
Yes.
Okay, sir.
Yes, about 3 local governments now. About the local government government. And from when you're going to a local government now. I'm almost at the calling now. In all the 3 local governments, Adro, Moyi, and the local government, the election is peaceful, really peaceful. People have almost vote. Another time I was trying to get through, I was at the unit there, the unit in the post office, election, they were about to start counting the votes.
Okay. Unfortunately, your audio is not coming out very well.
Yes,
maybe
I think
maybe when you get to your next location.
Driving.
Yes, maybe when you get to your next location, you get back to us. We can barely hear you.
Or can you advise him? Can you advise him to stop if he's driving? If the place is secured, let it be in one spot where he can make his report then move. If the place where he is secured at the moment. Reverend, can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
I think the best thing is for him to get to the next location. This might be network. And I think we'll expect your call back when you get to the next location.
All right.
Yes, sir.
I'll get to that.
All right.
So we expect your call soon.
Yes. So before Reverend Ayodeji's reports, well, we were just watching a live feed from unfortunately I didn't get that, but it's from Lagos State, one of the polling units that has been talks have invaded and sent all the voters and everybody away for not voting for APC, according to that report. And you could just see that Lagos has become a battleground, sort of. And it's so unfortunate that even with the fact that people have come out to vote, the voter suppression in Lagos is on a high one. And I think security operatives needs to quickly intervene as much as possible.
Well, Mr. Kurudi, I would call it even a battleground because more or less it's an attack field where innocent citizens are being attacked by hoodlums and thugs, and they are unhindered. And while the citizens going about their lawful duty with their voters' card, then they are being attacked. We have seen some people who have carried injury in their ears, some women bleeding in their hands, and one complained that he was flogged like a small child out of the polling booth, and it's like nobody is hindering these people. And this is very unfortunate. I would preferably call it a battleground if both sides were armed and they were digging it out. But these are attacks coming from hoodlums and gaze people who are not who are defenseless. Let me put it in that very form. Yes.
And for me, I think it's just also tell a lot about the preparation of INEC and the security officials. Lagos seems to be the situation seems to be overwhelming the security agencies. And I think if Lagos and some places have been tagged as a flashpoint, adequate arrangements should have been made. But the way it is, I think adequate arrangement was not made. It's looking like it's ill prepared for. But if I may ask, what is the fate of all these polling units that we have people being disenfranchised? Where ballot papers have been destroyed and the beavers machine taken away by thugs.
Now, it's very simple. According to the INEC rules and regulations, if election is disrupted in a particular place, it's two ways. It's either the election is completely cancelled, or if they don't want to disenfranchise the citizens, the best thing to do is to postpone the election. And that is what gives room for declaration of an election to be inconclusive. And if I were to be the REC, the INEC REC, and the returning officer in Lagos, I think the best thing to do is to declare this election inconclusive so that all those areas where there violence have been reported, election can be properly done under the scrutiny of security agencies. I think that would have be the best in the situation, but we leave that one. It's at the discretion of INEC to decide. There is a hand up, Reverend Ayodeji Jesu Mileye. Did I get it right?
Yes. I'm not the
network is still not good. We can't hear.
Reverend Ayodeji, can you please remove your earpiece and use the phone speaker instead? I think the earpiece is not good.
Okay.
Can you remove the earpiece and just use your phone audio directly? Disconnect the earpiece from your phone.
Remove the earpiece completely from the phone. Oh my God.
I'm at the only unit 02.
Reverend Ayodeji, the line is not going through.
Maybe you restart your phone and rejoin. Maybe you can restart his phone and rejoin.
Okay. Or still change position.
Yes, the video is clear, but his audio is really cracking.
Oh, that would be unfortunate if we cannot get Ayodeji.
Yes, sir. Yes. So now, what determines that because for me is the way you have put it, that two scenarios. What determines one scenario against the other? Why shouldn't an election be declare inconclusive for disenfranchising people at polling units?
Now, this is where the exercise of discretion comes in. The truth is that no eligible voter is expected to be disenfranchised. But another angle to it is that when it comes to computation of election results, the question of the word significance is employed to know whether what has happened and the number of voters from that particular axis is significant enough to mar the entire result. That is what the presiding officer or the returning officer for the state will look at and take his own decision, because the returning officer has the final say in this matter in the state, just the same way the POs have the authority, full authority over the decision to be made at the polling units. Now, there are two cases. There are cases where materials are not available. There are cases where beavers may likely not work. And there are also cases that are different, which borders on violence, outright disruption of the process by hooligans. So you see, these are two scenarios. The first one is very easy to determine by INEC. Very, very easy, very, very simple. Why did I say it's easy and simple? If materials are not available, the shortage of material or beavers did not work, is something very easy for INEC to decide on, to say, okay, since we could not get the materials available for the people to vote, let's move the election to the following day. Or since we could not make replacement for beavers, let the election continue the following day. So, but in the case of deliberate disruption, it's a question of, you know, when it comes to disruption, people don't want to really point a finger directly to the political party that are doing this, even when they know. And sometimes they don't want to mention the name of that very political party. So what normally happens in that scenario is that the INEC simply cancel the play. It's expected that it's looked at from the angle that these people are not serious. They have turned the election matter into crisis, and so let everything there be cancelled if it's not significant enough. Can we try Reverend Ayodeji? His hand is up again. Let's see whether he can.
All right.
I mean, whether his voice will be clear.
I don't know if you can hear me very well. Can you hear me now?
Oh, I think. Go ahead. Let's see. Good afternoon.
I'm presently.
This network is bad.
You can see right behind me. Already casting votes. People don't know earlier to
yeah, Reverend Ayodeji, Reverend Ayodeji, if you can hear me, the audio, Reverend Ayodeji, if you can hear me, the audio is not coming out well at all. We can't hear you.
I think the network is terrible.
The network generally is bad.
Yeah.
Okay.
Either it gets, yes, or let's try you offing your video and just speaking with your audio. So unmute yourself without the video. Let's see if that works.
Okay. The video is off now. I don't know if you can hear me.
We can hear
Your
you
voice is
clearly.
very clear now.
Oh, I think it's because of the network. Now,
Yes.
Okay.
what
Now, what do we do? Can you introduce yourself properly now? Tell us the state, the local government, the polling unit area where you are calling from, and give us your detailed report.
Okay, thank you. Ayodeji Jesumileye is my name. I'm reporting
Okay.
from Ekiti State. I've moved
From
through
Ekiti State.
local government to Gbonyi local government. Now I'm in Ikole local government. I'm in
Okay.
Ikole town, Imila unit 002.
Slow down a little. You went to, how many local government did you say you have covered? How many local government have you covered so far?
3 local governments specifically, 3.
Mention them slowly because we are noting them here.
All right. I started from Ado local government.
Ado, okay.
Yes.
Go on.
Then I Gbonyi local government.
Okay.
Gbonyi. From Gbonyi, I moved to Ikole local government.
Ikole, okay, LGA. Okay. And you are presently at Ikole now?
Presently at Ikole town, Imila, polling unit 002.
Polling unit. Polling unit 00 what?
02 at Imila in Ikole.
Okay, Imila. Okay. Okay. Go on.
Generally, in all the local governments I covered, the election was peaceful. The security was adequate. INEC arrived to time, and they brought their materials to time. People turned out to vote, and presently in almost all the places, voting is concluded. Counting are going on. There was no violence of any sort. Maybe because in Ekiti, there is no gubernatorial election presently, just the House of Assembly election. So it was generally peaceful, people are calm, and the election went well. Presently, I'm at Imila unit 002. INEC officials and party agents are counting the votes presently. Adibi, the video can come on, you will have been able to see them. The counting is going on smoothly, and there was no disruption of any sort.
Okay. That is good to know. Once the counting is over and the results start coming in, we will love to have a good
counting. They want to see how the votes are counted, and they want to be sure that their votes count. No violence. The security men are on their duty. People are arranging themselves properly. INEC officials are doing their work as they should, and everything is going on well. Yeah, no problem at all.
Well, thank you very much for this report and all the effort you have made to make sure you are able to speak to us. And
Yes.
we do hope
We have
everything
men of
ends
Nigerian
well.
police in ground and Nigerian security and civil defense.
Okay, that is police and
That is
okay, NCDC. Okay, but we hope you will still get back to us later when voting is concluded. I mean, vote count is concluded, so that we can get insight into the outlook of the results.
All of them are sitting down waiting to see their vote counts. Everything is going on. Security men on their duty, the police force. This is defense. Having the INEC officials doing their work.
Okay, now, if you can tune up the if you can tune off the video again, we want you just tune off the video a little, and so that if there's any other thing you want to say to us, like the last statement you were making, so that we can hear you clearly.
Can I put you online?
Hello? Hello? Yeah, can you hear me now? Hello, can you hear me now, Reverend Ayodeji? Oh.
I'm
Can
hearing
you hear
you.
me, Reverend?
I've unmuted myself.
Yes. Now, some of the things you were telling us that we could not get the detail clearly because of the internet that was being obstructed by the video. So, can you repeat what you said last for us?
Okay. What I said last was that in Ekiti, today there is no governorship election, no gubernatorial election. It is only House of Assembly election. And the election went smoothly in everywhere I covered, from Mado to Gbonyi to Ikole. Everything went well. There was no violence. And presently at Imikan Unit 002, voting is completed, counting is going on. The party agents are there to monitor that the votes are counted well. The voters are seated to see that there was no trouble. The security people are on ground. Nigerian police force is there. Nigerian civil defense is there. Everything went smoothly. No violence at all.
Thank you very much. We hope that it also ends well the same way it has started. And we would love to hear from you again when the counting is more or less completed.
All right. I will report back.
Thank you very much. If I may ask this last question, which diocese are you from?
Ekiti Anglican Diocese.
Okay, the real traditional Ekiti Diocese.
Yes, the original Ekiti Anglican Diocese.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Greet the bishop and everyone for us over there in Ekiti.
All right, the bishop.
Yes, thank you very much.
ACNN.
Yes.
Mr. Korede, thank you. Bye-bye.
Yes.
Thank you, Reverend Ayodeji. It's nice seeing you and speaking with you. And I think we are grateful that it is going on smoothly. And that's a great report from Reverend Ayodeji. Over to you, Sir Director. Well, looking at the fact that Ekiti has been reported to be good, I don't know. It seems that politicians in various levels are more desperate than each other. We could see some areas have been very peaceful, no issues, whereas some places have been turned to a battleground of sorts.
Yes, maybe if I will quickly add to that, it seems the presidential election and gubernatorial election seems to be the one that generate tension, because the report we have gathered all over in the state where off-cycle elections are to take place, where there's no gubernatorial election, the report has been the same, that everything is going on smoothly. So it means governors are the problem. It means the governors are the one giving us problem. That is the more reason why people must make effort to elect the right persons, so that we are sure of having a peaceful election when the next time of election comes. So far, so good. I think it may, can we take a short break here to enable, to give them chance to do the counting, and maybe possibly we pause here and maybe resume in 1 hour time. That should be by 3:30. If that is okay by all of us, then we'll have a break. What do you think, manager?
Yes, I think it's fine. We can observe a break for now, and maybe possibly just link up with one of the news channels while that can be running. We return back by 3:30. I think that's fine.
3:30. So thank you very much. Our viewers and those who are connected, please, we'll resume by 3:30. Hopefully when we have more reports to relate with and discuss. So we hold on at this point. We'll see you later.
Mahmoud is being indicted.
Say all the
what he represents, saying, you know, there is no, INEC has lost.
I think we heard one of our leaders say that, you know, it's an indictment. It's important because perception is everything. For there to be a trust in any system, people it must be perceived to be okay, that it's working, and that's what gives citizens confidence in the system and in the process. But where that is missing, then it becomes a problem.
Indeed.
Yeah.
All right, Victor, hi. I'd like to thank you very much, but we'll be right back after this break. Stay with us.
National Electoral Commission about electoral offenses and all, but it is also the reason why these things continue to happen. We're going to do it, nothing is going to come out of it, and then it just continues. So what would be your recommendation, especially concerning this one? We shouldn't just let this one slide.
Yeah, you're not too loud. But if I got you right, I didn't quite. Can you come a bit louder?
Well,
if you don't mind.
Consequences for electoral offenses over time. Mr. Babu mentioned it the other time. So should we also let this one slide as well? Because it's been happening.
Yeah, there should be consequences for electoral offenses, particularly violence. But we've got to deal with the legislation, because the situation we have today is the police will investigate and INEC will prosecute. I think that's a little bit cumbersome. I think the police should conduct in-depth investigation into every electoral offense, be it vote buying or committing violence and being involved in conspiracy to commit electoral violence. And I think if we have in-depth investigation, we're able to go to the very root. And if we get to the root, we look at whoever is connected, either remotely or otherwise, and action is taken against such persons. Because if we don't do that, we're going to have repeated events. What has just happened will have other effect. And the way to stop it is to nip it in the bud, that these guys who come on should not be allowed to carry out violence. And when should they carry it, and arrests are made, they must be made to face the full wrath of the law. If we do that, we are going to change the narrative. Otherwise, it will be repeated. People will carry money to the polling station, buy votes, nothing happens. People go kill, and then it's so weak in dealing with it. But in doing this, and I think there should be active messaging by the security forces to the public to talk about the effects and consequences of such conduct. If we do that, we are going to make our communities safer. I think in addition to having other legal consequences, we've got to carry a lot of messaging to the public, because some of these people who do this, they are poor, and these privileged elites take advantage of them, give them money, very small money to go and cause havoc. Some of them don't even know the consequences of this action. So we need proper education.
That you've taken into the conversation, Mr. Enalegu, and I sincerely hope that both the lawmakers who are returning and the ones who are coming into the National Assembly will understand the enormity of their job descriptions and perform accordingly. But Geoffrey, we need to go to Ogun State, right?
Yes, we understand. Chris Ilems is standing by to bring us some update from Ogun State. Chris, what has changed?
Nothing much has changed. We left Abeokuta and now we are in Obafemi Owode local government area. This is actually Ajura ward, and if you go look at the time, it's past 2:30, and in this ward they are ready to start sorting, collating, and of course counting of the ballots. For a lot of them here, they've given kudos to INEC for doing a yeoman's job this time around. I spoke with a few of them who said that they came in here as early as possible, and of course the polling booths were already getting set up. They started in good time at 8:30 a.m. and right now it's 2:30. They are ready to start counting. Actually, you know, earlier on when I came, someone asked me, I think it was you, Jeffrey, why a lot of movement at the background. You know, every hour actually unfolded a lot of events, because just after that interview, a lot of security presence, you know, became scattered just across the state. There were a lot of them. All the junctions were blocked, and so movements were completely restricted. I'm talking about members of the police, the armed forces. They were all out to ensure that no movement, so that movement was fully restricted. And well, it's been quite peaceful. It's been quite peaceful, except in a few of the wards where we saw people writing names, and we really didn't know what they wanted to do with that. But you see party agents in some of the wards writing names, and a lot of people felt that it was just a precursor to vote buying. Then somewhere around Remo, that we came around Remo as well, and some arrests were made from time to time, you know, of people with food items. I remember there was a vehicle that was stopped, like a minivan that was stuffed with foodstuff. The police actually arrested that vehicle because they felt it was going to be used for vote buying as well. And just some literally two, you know, flashes of challenges, conflict here and there, you know. But then, largely, it was peaceful. We have Ajayi is with me. Ajayi actually voted at Ajura ward, and he came here as early as 8:30. You voted, Ajayi. Just give us an impression of what really happened today in this Ajura ward.
Generally, it's been peaceful. The INEC officials, they came earlier enough, around 8:30 in the morning, and accreditation started as early as 8:30. So people came, people trooped out, they voted and they left. A lot of people didn't stay here. It's only few that are staying after voting. So they stayed. Polling booth 1, it was peaceful. Generally, I would say it is peaceful, credible, it is fair. So the only challenge that I can say about polling booth 2 is the beavers, after voting for some time, the beavers stopped working for like 2-3 hours. They called their technicians, engineers, they came, they rectified it, and it was working perfectly. So people started voting again. So the voting continues. All I can say generally is that the election is peaceful. It's peaceful, very, very peaceful.
Okay, I can see that sorting has actually started. I'm sure Soji would be able to give us what is actually happening at the moment. Sorting has started, and very soon they would start counting. I spoke with one of the POs here who said that this time around they got more people coming out to vote. That unlike the presidential election where they recorded about 113 in one of the polling booths here, that today they've counted as much as 180 persons that came out to vote in the same polling booth. So right now you can see some of the party agents, they are actually looking at what is happening at the moment. There are 2 of the polling booths in this ward, in this polling zone, Ajura ward, in Opafemi Owode local government area. So, Soji, you just help us. Let's have a bit of what is happening here.
So I guess those are, pictures of the sorting that's ongoing. We can see the INEC staff there bringing out the ballot papers and people around waiting and watching the process. Someone asked me, saying that is staying part of making your vote count?
Oh, yes.
Staying there, perhaps 300 miles away.
Yeah, it's the Nigerian that is now policing their own votes. Well, Chris, thank you so much for your reporting. We'll definitely come back to you in the course of time. But we have a number of grounds to cover, Chris, just before we go here.
Yes, so,
a couple of other things are happening around us, Chris. So don't worry, we'll still come back to you. I'm certainly we'll come back to you in a little while. But right now we need to.
We must say that the exercise is expected to have ended. Yeah, at several polling units. This is already to 3.
But for as long as there are people on the queue?
Yes, I'm saying expected to, because for the National Assembly, for instance, the state assemblies, so the numbers may not be quite large for a certain place. We should, in the next few hours, we have a call of who won and who did not.
Yeah, but
I think crucially also all eyes will now be on IREV. I'm just really looking forward to that.
My IREV is open.
It is already.
Okay. Well, it's still reading 0.
No, of course, it has to read 0.
We're having more updates. Let's quickly go to our correspondent Shola Shuyele, who's also bringing us this update in Lagos.
Say that they got here this morning, only to be told that their polling booths had been moved outside all 8 polling booths, all 8 polling units, with 2 others that were traditionally outside. All 10 have now been moved to outside of the VGC estate. They complained that they were not comfortable with the process, with this outcome, because it could be hijacked by elements, it could be hijacked by anybody, and they were not comfortable voting outside of the estate. And that was the situation. No side was backing down. INEC was not backing down. The residents were not backing down. The INEC officials stayed outside of the gate, insisting that that was where elections were going to take place. And the residents also did not back down. This was the situation until about 1 p.m. when the INEC rec for Lagos, Mr. Segun Agbaje, got here and addressed the residents. They brought him here to the park and showed him the arrangements that they had put in place to ensure that the process went smoothly. And apparently convinced, he told them that voting could start at 2 p.m. and end at 7 p.m. Now, there are concerns about whether there won't be disenfranchisement of voters when you have about 6,000 voters to vote within a period of 5 hours. But for now, the residents have spoken to themselves. They've agreed that they should at least start voting. And when 7 o'clock comes, we'll take it from there. It's a developing story, and we'll keep you updated with more information as we get them. Shola Sheli, Channels Television.
Well, thank you so much, Shola. Well, that is that and a number of other things that we'll most certainly bring to you. But we understand that there is a guest standing by for us in Canada.
Yes, indeed. We'll be soon be joined by Mr. Aminu Sani Mohammed. He's an election observer with the Nigeria Bar Association. He'll be talking to us about his experience in Kano in a short while. But I'm wondering, with all of this that's happening, what's happening on social media? Because I know for the presidential election, there was, the whole gamut of information online. We talked about disinformation, misinformation. Dr. Tola, you know, what do you think is happening online? What are your sources? What are they saying?
So thank you very much for that question. There's a lot of hysteria online about the security situations, and there's a lot of disinformation happening as well. We saw yesterday, or late yesterday, the disinformation around some party candidates stepping down or being asked to step down by the Supreme Court, which we now know was false. And so people have to be vigilant with what they see online and what's happening online. But altogether, the tone online seems to be quite grim about the security situation across the country, and in some cases justifiably so.
Yeah, but you know, I want to ask you both gentlemen a question the other time, and I think it's something that had to do with what Mr. Enolegu said concerning the elections. And so we have more than 176,000 polling units all over the nation. However, if we divide each state's polling units, one will have, say, 5,000, the others will have 8,000, some less than that, no.
Some more than that.
Some more, some less. Now, the question is around the validity or authenticity or credibility of the election in terms of the population of votes that remain valid, given all these reports that we are having. Yeah. You know, excuse me. What percentage of votes cast or not will invalidate the entire process in a particular state? Jeffrey earlier on was telling us that in some states the process was suspended and all of that. At what point are we likely to get to that, so that politicians and their cronies will know that there is consequence for every action?
Absolutely. I think that there is certainly a provision where there is severe suppression for INEC, the INEC collation officer, to reschedule voting in certain areas. And when it doesn't do that, the parties can go to court to get an injunction to say that there's been significant enough suppression to warrant.
So that is on the political parties?
On the political parties.
Okay.
It's on
Let's quickly go back to
Ogun State.
A colleague Ogun State, in Ogun State, Chris Illems. Yes, Chris, I told you we would come back to you, so here we are. What's new?
Oh, okay. Right now, the sorting has started, as we told you earlier on. You see from behind me, these are some of the party agents. They are actually waiting. I met one of them, Ajayi, who voted as early as 8 a.m. or 8:30, but has waited till this time. Ajayi is standing with me. Ajayi, you waited till this time. Just give me a reason why you had to wait.
Basically, I must say that I have to wait because of the fact that I think this is my civic responsibility, and I think I just have to come here and vote, and I believe that my vote will count.
We learned that in some polling units there were issues of vote buying. Did you experience that here?
Basically, I must confess, beyond every reasonable doubt, that we didn't have such occurrence here.
Though, are you real? Because you must confess beyond all reasonable doubt. I want to be sure. I mean, is there an underlying statement?
I can tell you in clear terms, if we've had issues like vote buying and all that, I am very sure my fathers and my mothers that are here will have raised issues, you know, and nobody will want such to happen in his world. So I must tell you that by and large, we've never recorded any form of vote buying in any form, be it food items, be it in cash, be it in anything.
But did you hear that in some places there were vote buying?
Well, I can say specifically that I didn't hear, but over the social media, I've been able to, go on Facebook and all that. I learned that in some places, arrests were made and all stuff like that. So I might not be able to, in social media we have some stories that are true, and at the same time we have stories that are not true. So I cannot really say, I cannot verify that the information whether there are vote buying or not.
All right, thank you so very much. So one of the voters from Ajura Ward who actually stayed from the, early morning when he voted, he stayed till this time and is waiting for the voting or the counting to begin. It's already started. I would just want you to look at it briefly. I hope my cameraman can see what is happening right now. Maybe we should just, I'll just keep quiet a little, and so you can hear what is happening at the background. So sorting already going on. Here they recorded much more than they did during the presidential election. They recorded more people voting here, and also with the second polling booth in this Ajura ward.
Well, we're hoping that
it's quite a process.
We're hoping. I was actually hoping that we could get Chris, the cameraman, to get as close as possible. So at least on television today, right here, we'll be able to get live pictures of sorting and counting.
I think we're coming back and forth, but then we are following what's going on there in that particular ward where our correspondent is Chris Elems, and we'll come back to him. But the other things happening in other parts of Lagos, and this is following protests of voter suppression. Residents of the Onireke area, this is opposite Ojo cantonment, they've taken to the streets to protest the attacks they faced in the hands of alleged thugs. This is an eyewitness video. Members of a crowd can be seen there and also heard in a short while. Chanting, "We must vote," in what seems to be an attempt at resisting disenfranchisement.
I just want to talk to Dr. Oluwatobo. Can you speak to the resilience of people vis-a-vis the security threats that people are experiencing in parts of the state and across the country?
Yeah, I think the people are really standing up to it in many parts of the country. As you can see in that video, people coming out to say we must vote, and I think that's a positive thing for our democracy. And there are parts of the country, and I also must comment on this, where we see that in some cases the attack on the people is by the security agents themselves. We had a case where someone was arrested in Oyo State, one of the media observers, and we're working to have him released now. And I think it's important to stress that the police committed to protecting the people and not to being tools of the powers in the parties in power. And we've got to continue to resist and flag when that happens, because it's important that what's supposed to protect you doesn't become your biggest enemy.
Well, we understand that vote counting has begun, as you can see right there in Ogun State. But while that is going on, Mr. Babu, these issues that you have raised, what's your I know that you have a thing or two to say.
Yeah,
but
so
just 1 second, let's hear what's going on right now.
If it's number 26, if it's number 27, if it's number 28, if it's number 29, if it's number 30. For ADP number 1, just one. For ADC, we have ADC number 1, ADC number 2, ADC number 3, ADC number 4, ADC number 5, ADC number 6, ADC number 7, ADC number 8, ADC number 9, ADC number 10, ADC number 11, ADC number 12, ADC number 13, ADC number 14, ADC number 15, ADC number 16, ADC number 17, ADC number 18, ADC number 19, ADC number 20, ADC number 21, ADC number 22, ADC number 23, ADC number 24, ADC number 25, ADC number 26, ADC number 27, ADC number 28, ADC number 29, ADC number 30, ADC number 31, ADC number 32, ADC number 33, ADC number 34, ADC number 35, ADC number 36, ADC number 37, ADC number 38, ADC number 39, ADC number 40, ADC number 41, ADC number 42, ADC number 43, ADC number 44, ADC number 45.
Well, that's it's a process that it's still continuing. We'll go back to it in a bit, but we have to close this segment at this time. Well, Mr. Aribabu, your counsel at this juncture. I can't ask for one sentence. I will only give you 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. Counsel, like you said, appeal. And first it will be to INEC. Please, you appear to be ticking the right boxes. But please, this is where it gets really interesting because we are going to the rack and then your IRF should not fail you. And if you have problem with it, please communicate. I'm happy that the Lagos rec went to resolve the VGC. So INEC should be up and doing, should be, But for the police, please help arrest the situation in most of the places and at least get evidences through which we can prosecute electoral offenders.
Okay. Dr. Oluwatola.
3 weeks ago, the big gap in credibility for the elections was the IREV, and a lot of people felt like anything could have happened between their polling units and when elections were announced. So for this year, this cycle, a few civil society organizations led by Enough is Enough have put together a platform where citizens can go and upload the results from your polling units and also compare with what comes out of IREV. So it's called ootcresults.com. So go there, upload your results, and compare what IREV comes out, and let's work together to make our elections accountable.
All right. That's quite some work. But we have to thank you, gentlemen, for being a part of our conversation this morning. Dr. Tobi Oluwatola is Executive Director, Center for Journalism, Innovation and Development. Thank you so much for your time, as well as Sulaiman Arigbabu, who is Secretary General, Header Resource Center. We truly appreciate your time this morning.
Thank you very much.
Well, we leave you with this process ongoing in Ogun State.
Indeed, the counting there. Of course, the conversation continues. The 2023 verdict. Still looking forward to getting your pictures.
Say thank you to the AIG Wilson in Alago.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. Well, that's it for us, but the verdict continues. I'm Jeffrey Uzongo.
I'm Millicent Walker.
And I'm Aya Makinde. Please stay with us. More to come. Let's go back to Ogun State.
PDP number 22. PDP number 23, PDP number 24, PDP number 25, PDP number 26, PDP number 27, PDP number 28, PDP number 29, PDP number 30, PDP number 31, PDP number 32, PDP number 33, PDP number 34, PDP number 35, PDP number 36, PDP number 37, PDP number 38. PDP number 43. PDP number 44. PDP number 45, PDP number 46, PDP number 47, PDP number 48, PDP number 49, PDP number 50, PDP number 51, PDP number 52, PDP number 53, PDP number 54, PDP number 55, PDP number 56, PDP number 57, PDP number 58, PDP number 59, PDP number 60, PDP number 61, PDP number 62, PDP number 63, PDP number 64, PDP number 65, PDP number 66, PDP number 67, PDP number 68, PDP number 69, PDP number 70, PDP number 71, PDP number 72, PDP number 73. Okay, here with me I have extra APC. So we are going to be adding one with the number we have to put. Yes, APC is now 31. I'm having APM number 1. APM number 2. I have NRM number 1. I have a control. Invalid number 1. Invalid number 2. Invalid number 3.
All right, the counting is still going on right here in Ajura Ward in Obafemi Owode local government area. Just about 2 invalid votes. I think the level of voter education is quite high here. They probably understood the game. They knew how to vote right. So far, so good. The counting would continue till they are completely done with everything that they have here. And the voters are waiting. They are going nowhere. They want to ensure that they see what to the end. And Ajayi is still very... Give us an idea of what you think, your impression about this exercise, the counting, the collation. This is what has kept you here since morning. This is past 3 o'clock already. That means you spent more than 5-6 hours here. Now you've seen the collation, you've seen the counting. What's your impression? Just some of your impression of what you've seen today.
So far, so good. What I've seen so far, the counting to me is fair. The counting to me is okay because
what did you expect? Because it was quite transparent. Right?
It was transparent, and the result is the people have spoken with their votes, and that's what we got here now. So
whatever happens here, you mean you just take it the way it is, right?
Because it is peaceful as far as I'm concerned there.
Okay, thank you. Was that governorship? Was that for governorship?
Yes.
Okay, so the next will be for the House of Assembly. Oh, it's all okay. That's it from here, from Ajura, Obafemi Owode local government area. We hope we're able to actually catch some other areas in the state who want to leave here in the next 20 minutes or so. Units around that area as well. This is within the Ogun Central Senatorial District, and of course the people, just as you heard from Jai, that the people have spoken, and of course from here they would move on to their main collation center, and by the end of the day we should know who actually carried the day. This is Chris Alems from
share how you feel and what you see about the processes and activities of the election. Send a well-taken photo of yourself with your PVC or even your inked finger after voting. Send to these social media handles using this hashtag or to our email 2023verdict@channelstv.com and be a part of the 2023 verdict coverage on Channels Television. Take a picture, vote, and be counted. The 2023 general election is here, and we want you to share with us how you feel and what you see about the processes and activities of the election. Send a well-taken photo of yourself with your PVC or even your inked finger after voting. Send to these social media handles using this hashtag or to our email 2023verdict@channelstv.com and be a part of the 2023 verdict coverage on Channels Television. Take a picture, vote, and be counted.
I got there this morning by something to 7, few minutes to 7. And then while I was there, I made few calls to get some people to bring seats for us so that we'll be able to sit down and canopy. And after some time, I saw one of the agents of a political party come in. I started making calls. After like 10 minutes, some talks came in. They came straight to me, telling me that we should forget about voting in our polling unit. That the polling unit is just the polling unit by Festac Link Bridge. That we are not going to vote. I asked him why. He said this Omo Igbo, that we can't vote in this place, that is not allowed, except if I want my car burnt or if I want to live here dead as a corpse. I said, okay. I turned my car facing the exit. They came and started breaking my car. They hit with their big stick. They hit me and broke my mirror too. We equally went back there and they started beating me. Slapping me and hitting me. Is that how we're going to be one Nigeria? One can't be allowed to exercise his right as a citizen to vote. It's wrong. It's very bad. I don't like it.
So we got the under bridge. They say we should go back, that this is not our estate, that we are not going to vote there. So going back, some boys rushed me. I don't know if he has a stone with him. He hit me on the head. I started seeing blood. I have to fight back. So this is the blood on my body. So we met some staff. I don't know if they are INEC staff. They have some badge on them. They said, okay, that we should go back. We should leave them for now and go back. Now vote in my regime, but we should just go back.
In the polling unit in Ifoshi, they are driving away Labour Party supporters. They are flogging them and saying, if you can't vote APC, you go home. That's the situation here in Ifoshi. Council wards, Ejibo.
Look at the cane in their hand. They are chasing people, flogging people, asking them to go home if they don't want to vote APC in a polling unit in Ifoshi ward, Falano Road. That's the situation on ground right now. Look at them with the cane. Look at the man on a white cap with the cane, flogging people, chasing people away. That if you don't want to vote for APC, you go home. I think this election is to be cancelled. Nothing else to do, because they are depriving people of their rights. They are not allowing people to vote, to exercise their civic rights. This is what is going on right now. Okafa Ejibo ward, Ifoshi, Council ward, Falano Road, polling units.
The 2023 general election is here, and we want you to share with us how you feel and what you see about the processes and activities of the election. Send a well-taken photo of yourself with your PVC or even your inked finger after voting. Send to these social media handles using this hashtag or to our email 2023verdict@channelstv.com and be a part of the 2023 verdict coverage on Channels Television. Take a picture, vote, and be counted.
For me, I want a leadership that is tested. Where we are today should not be guided by sentiments. Sentiments, and I made this in a statement. Sentiments are fine if it throws up the best amongst us, but sentiments purely for the sake of sentiments, where we are today, it wouldn't work. If you have a good leader, you don't really care. It could be Chinese, but if he delivers, right? I'd rather have a Chinese man lead us who can deliver than my brother, whom I'm not sure will take us anywhere. Democracy is a process. It's a long process, and it can be disconnected at any time. And we've seen it in even stronger democracies. The strength of a democracy is dependent on the judiciary, right? And the judiciary has to be firm really firm, so that even if you get away with it this time, you know that next time you won't get away with it.
It's a time for us as a people to see and to understand that this process is not meant to be a process of violence. Election that leads to a democratic process is the best form of a validation of what true democracy should be about. And so I want to reiterate again that this contest is about peace, is about progress, is about prosperity for our state and our country at large. And I want you all, gentlemen of the press, to continue to preach and to advocate for everyone to have the right to be able to express themselves freely, fairly, and transparently. I'm indeed happy driving here this morning that everywhere in the city looks calm. But there are a few disturbing videos that we've also seen where some parties, I'm told that they were doing one or two things which it's not verifiable, so I'm not going to talk about it, right? But truly, really, it's just to say that I'm excited and I'm happy to be here. And I want to ask that all of our voters, all of our citizens should just remain vigilant. You know, if you see anything, say something, and just all let's come out, you know, and exercise our right freely, devoid of any form of acrimony or any form of protest or any form of intimidation. That is not acceptable as a government.
All right, thanks for staying tuned. It's the 2023 verdict state elections. Good afternoon. My name is Ladi Akeridoluale. A warm welcome to this segment, and I have with me.
Yes, indeed, a warm welcome to you as well. I am Bukola Samuel Wemimo.
It's been a very eventful day already. And we're hearing all sorts of things, various reports from various parts of the country. In some places, voting started very early. In some others, they were late. Some of the polling officers were waiting for transport to be able to get to the polling units. And then, of course, you saw Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu there talking about the situation in Lagos, which from the reports that we have is not absolutely salutary.
Indeed. Well, he's the incumbent, so we hope that he gets, situation report, more clarity on what exactly is happening so that he can take, the necessary decisions that he has to take in that regard. But then again, the reports that we're getting gives one a sense of deja vu, really, only that the challenges appear to be on a larger scale this time around as against what transpired 3 weeks ago in the presidential election. We've had, cases of snatching of ballot boxes, snatching of the BVAS machine, and that speaks also to, the adequacy or inadequacy, in this case now, of police officers that are supposed to provide cover for polling officers, during this exercise. But it appears that, there's a serious gap in so many aspects of the elections. But, well, as the case may be, the process has been concluded by now in most parts of the country, and we're looking ahead, regardless.
We are looking ahead. And, of course, our colleagues in our Abuja studios are also joining us. I know that Chamberlain and Maukbe are on there, and Nyota, indeed. Good afternoon, guys. Not much happening in Abuja, but you're keeping tabs on everything everywhere else, just like we are.
Well, yes, we are. But is this really a democracy? That's the question a lot of people kept asking me on my way here. I didn't have answers for them, of course. But yes, indeed, from here, we'll be bringing you scenarios, developments across the country, as it were, and then taking you through the state assemblies, the elections going on there, the governorship elections. Yes, we'll bring you all of those as well. Welcome to the 2023 verdict, state elections, our continuing coverage of the general elections which began in February. I'm Chamberlain of Saw.
Indeed, welcome. Almost for once, I'm kind of happy that Abuja doesn't have elections. I used to advocate back in the days that perhaps Abuja should have a mayor, but looking at what has happened in some places across the country, it might just be as well that we don't have any of such. So welcome to our continuing coverage. I'm Mark Yusuf.
Welcome indeed. You know, the fact that every 4 years we go through this cycle, in the hope of birthing a leadership that will make a difference for the next 4 years. It's a process that continues and it can't stop unless we do not want a democracy anymore. But of course, everybody wants a democracy. But then it also points to one thing: the institutions that help to cement the democracy need to be looked into, or they need to look into themselves and decide whether they want to stand on the side of democracy or they want to stand on the other side. Because the news going around, I mean, news from the different parts of the country. In some parts, for instance, news from some parts of the country have vote buyings happening. Some other places is obstruction of voting, still snatching of ballot, burning of ballot boxes. I mean, come on. This is what we have to go through every 4 years.
Well, it's what's playing out at the moment. So we have our men in the field just bringing all the details as much as they can. But let's see if we could just give you a pictorial representation of what to expect today. As yes, our colleagues did highlight, Abuja is not having any elections, but right from February, when we had the presidential election, yes, that was the key one. Then the state elections. So we have 28 governorship seats, which will be up for grabs. We're going to have 993 state assembly seats, which will also be hotly contested, keenly contested in several states, as we also have seen. 1,021 constituencies is where all of this will be going on. So we'll bring you a lot of those breakdown as we progress here today on the program. But we do have our correspondents. I think Dari is somewhere in Oyo. He's also on ground talking to the electorate, INEC officials there to see where they are, what's happening. Let's see if we could just cross over to him at the moment to give us an update on what is going on where he is. Hello, Dari. Okay, so he's not there. So let's take a look at that graphical representation now, if we have it. So just put that in perspective. The states that will be going for the elections. Okay, well, we don't have Dari, our correspondent, but we do have Tope Ekute. He is in the east, bringing us up to date in Abia State specifically, because don't forget, Imo is not having any governorship elections, so he had to just go over there. So Tope, what's happening at the moment?
Take that jubilation. We are still going to change it. Huh? I'm not hearing anything for now. Yes, you can hear. They are ready for you to hear anytime. So we might even be talking now, they will come to you. No, they will tell me now. I'm not hearing anything from you. They will come to him. So they press him down. You understand? So how will we hear? She will unmute the audio again for you. Once you unmute the audio, you know. Call her.
All right, let's get back to Lagos, where Ladi and Buki are also there.
All right, thank you, Chamberlain. Indeed, we are here. Of course, all our correspondents from across the country have already reported this morning, talking about the situation report in very many of the states, how early voters got there, how early materials got there, how early the officials themselves got there, and how quickly voting started, and all of that. So we have a great deal of information, even as it is, but then there are still events unfolding. And for many people, I believe they would say this is the critical moment when you stop voting and you start the collating and the counting.
Very important point about critical moment, because the process hasn't been concluded in some parts. And during the post-mortem of the presidential election, 3 weeks ago, INEC acknowledged certain challenges to the extent that their officials did not arrive on time in some parts of the country, as much as acknowledging that some recs deliberately delayed, and INEC has called some resident electoral commissioners to question on that. So in this exercise, there is an intense scrutiny on that process, such that INEC officials must abide by the guidelines. And the INEC boss did emphasize that where there was a delay in the arrival of ad hoc staff, polling officers at a particular polling unit, voting hours should be extended. We had our correspondent report from Victoria Garden City about the delay in the arrival of some INEC officials. So at that polling unit, we will be watching to see if INEC officials abide by the guidelines by extending polling time. I think Shola mentioned 6,000 voters.
Voters expected to vote between 2 and 7.
7 p.m.
Whereas the voting hours are supposed to be 8:30 to 2:30.
To 2:30. That would be a miracle if 6,000 voters will be able to cast their ballots. And, this must be seen also across board, across all states of the Federation. So it doesn't seem as if there's a preferential treatment given to some parts of the country and it is denied other parts of the country. So we'll keep our eyes on that aspect of the process. We
will indeed, even as we continue to monitor the situation in various parts of the country. Dare Idowu, who Chamberlain talked about a little bit earlier that we couldn't get hold of. I think Dare now is ready. Dare Idowu, where exactly are you and what's the update?
Thank you very much. I'm at Ikola High School here in Ibadan North in Oyo State. Of course, I'm aware that we're following this story across the nation, 28 states. And again, before this election, Oyo has been marked as one of the battleground states where the election will be keenly contested. And we've seen that in almost everywhere we've gone to. So we started, the day started off here because this is a super rack. At this particular center, INEC officials, materials were mobilized from this point, a lot of them from here. And after then, the setting up didn't take a lot of time because, again, there are 3 polling units here. This is Ward 5, there's Unit 2, Unit 39, and Unit 40. So let me give you an idea before I bring in someone I'm going to be talking to. What is going on in the background that I think you can see on the camera right now is the sorting and counting now started. This particular polling unit, Ward 5, Unit 039, the election started quite early, 8:30 at the exact time people started voting, because even before the electoral officers were able to set up the cubicle and everything, people were already on standby, waiting in line to cast their votes. So polls opened at 8:30, closed exactly at 2:30, and that is why at the moment sorting and counting has been going on, and that is what is going on there. But we've gone around town. We joined the police and the resident electoral commissioner of the state. We moved around just to assess the situation, security situation, because again, there's been one information or the other about whether the process has been going on quite smoothly in some axes. So the commissioner of police in the state said is very certain that they've been able to they've been able to nip it in the bud if there was any in the first place. Then we also had a chat with the resident electoral commissioner who promised that, again, this time around, the beavers have been working optimally, and they hope, because again, we can't assess the IRF just yet, but they hope, because of the fact that they've been able to assess what the performance of the beavers, that will also translate that the results portal would run optimally as well. So I've got an observer joining me at this point who has also gone around just to have a perspective of his own, what is found on the field. Please talk to us. Where did you go to, and what did you observe?
Well, we have been to Inara, we've been to Southwest, Northeast, Ibadan North, and some of our people are outside Ibadan, Oshogbo, Oyo, Saki, and so on. What we have seen so far, the election has been very peaceful. And INEC this time tried. In some of the places we went to, INEC came early, and the people came out to vote. And so far, so good. There are no issues of any violence anywhere. It has been very peaceful. And the people conducted themselves and did the voting in some of the places. As I'm talking to you now, some people have started counting, and those people know that their vote will count. We need to commend INEC for what they did in Oyo State, and Oyo State is very peaceful.
Okay, so from your observation and from the report that you've got from the men on the field, yeah, so I would like to know, what are the reports, especially when it comes to security?
No, the security in Oyo State was perfect this time around. And most of the polling units, you see the security people on standby, even along the process of the street and so on. The security is very tight. The Commissioner of Police did very well to make sure there's enough security, and the security is perfect. So far, so good. We have not seen anybody that breached security in the state for the places we have been so far. I give kudos to the Commissioner of Police and all the good people of Oyo State who conducted themselves and came out to vote.
Yeah, thank you very much. You've heard it from an observer, and also from what we've also been able to observe from going around town. It's been peaceful so far, at least to some of the polling units we've been to. Back to studio.
I've got a question for you. From your own assessment, I mean, because during the last election, a lot was made about late arrival of materials. A lot was made about late arrival of materials. This time around, what was different? Was that different in any significant way from what we witnessed 3 weeks ago in where you are, Ikoloba High School in Ibadan?
Again, yeah, and that's a very strong one, because I was going to talk about that. So I think a few factors may be responsible for that, especially when it comes to this election. From what we gathered at this particular center and all the polling units here, because this is a super rack, and this was more like the distribution point where materials moved from. So it's more like a given. The setting up was quite early. The materials came quietly. So they were able to continue the voting. So we can't even compare that with the presidential election, because the process started and everything started quite smoothly here. So, but let me put that in. They've also noticed that there may be a bit of apathy because you cannot compare the number of voters. It seemed a lot more people were interested in the presidential election than this particular election. So before the counting and the sorting started here, they had to strike out a lot of unused ballot papers. And even people in the background were whispering, talking about the fact that you cannot compare the number of people who voted in that presidential election to this one. But at the polling units in this particular center, the distribution of material, the setting up and everything started quietly. And to other places we went as well, they said the process started early at 8:30, and that is why sorting and counting started by 2:30.
Indeed, Dare Idowu, thank you so very much for your reporting. Of course, we will return to you, I'm sure, at about the time we begin to get the results, but do stay safe out there. Our correspondent, Dare Idowu.
Whether by accident or by design, you know, it's surprising. And also, Cherry, to note that Ibadan has gone on, or your state in its entirety now, from the observers, you know, account as well, has gone on peacefully.
Yeah, because it was one of the expected battlegrounds.
States.
You know, but from everything we've heard so far, because the process, as you pointed out, is not over.
It's not over yet.
Yeah, so far, we have to keep emphasizing that.
Interesting, yeah. So we have another correspondent, Hajara Aliu, who's in Bauchi State.
But before Hajara Aliu, we want to go to Eitope Kutei, who you probably saw a little bit earlier on with some jubilation in his background, but he's back now, and Eitope Kutei is somewhere in Umahia North. Eitope Kutei, what is going on behind you? What was that jubilation about?
Yeah, good afternoon, laddie. It's nice seeing you again. Okay, I'm at Ama Onyekwere in Umahia North local government area of Abia State. And like you said, what you saw earlier by my right, you know, they finished voting, they finished sorting, they were counting. And as usual, as they were counting, the voters were chanting the numbers of the votes being counted by the INEC officials, just like, you know, 10, 11, 12. So immediately they finished counting the votes, the people were excited. Maybe the vote of the people, the person they voted for was the highest at that polling unit. But at this polling unit, at this ward, which is Ward 3, we have about 21 polling units scattered around this place. But the immediate ones here are about 4. The one there, 017, and the other one there. And they finished voting. They're also sorting. Counting will begin in few moments from now. So people are waiting and excited to want to see the results of their votes at this polling unit here by St. Michael's Primary School in Ama Onyekwere in Umahia North local government area of Abia State.
Mentioned that, of course, we have gotten to the stage of counting and possibly announcement of the results. But I want to take you back to ask about
yes.
the background to all of this. I mean, the entire process, starting from arrival. Some of the reports that we received from other places indicated a mixed bag. In some places, INEC officials arrived very early and were the ones waiting for the voters. In some parts of the country, the voters got there before them and they were the ones waiting for the INEC officials. What was the case where you were?
Okay, let me just give you a background to what happened this morning. You know, we traversed the 3 senatorial zones in Abia State today. We touched like some local governments in the 3 senatorial zones, and we left very early. But the thing is, for most places we visited, there was this experience of late arrival of materials. Some other places, like here, according to people here, the INEC officials arrived early. That's why they could finish voting early and counting is on now. So some other parts where we visited, there were this experience of late arrival of material, but not like they said, not like the presidential and national assembly election. There were experiences of late arrival. It wasn't as late, deep late as the presidential and national assembly election. So I think from everything we gathered, INEC improved on the timing and logistics. The problem faced during the National Assembly election, it's been worked on, and I think it wasn't really too much for the lateness this time around. And also, in the morning, we also saw the excitement of aged people, you know, women of 75, 77. They were eager to cast their votes at their polling units at Umahia North, where we visited. And their message to INEC is to ensure that this election is free, fair, and credible. And they're waiting to see the outcome of the election and to see that their votes count in this election.
Indeed, that is the expectation. Tokwe, speaking of reviews still, give us a sense of, voter turnout in this election, particularly as against what transpired in the presidential election. Is it better or does it leave more to be desired?
Yeah, fantastic question. I can tell you that most of the places I visited, there were low turnout of voters. And even from the voters themselves, they say you can't compare the turnout of voters in this election with the one during the presidential election. They had more people come out to vote during the presidential and National Assembly elections, more than this present governorship and state assembly election. And just like when I spoke to some people earlier too, they gave reasons that this is their farming season. So it's really affected the voter turnout. But like we've gone around to, even here, when I came here, I asked voters here, and they said they can't compare the number of people that came out during the presidential and National Assembly election with the number of people that are here today to cast their votes. But by and large, it's still a little bit okay.
That's it. Tokwe, thank you so much for your reporting. Of course, we'll keep with you on this. But as we are hearing these reports from Ibadan, from Dare Idowu in Ibadan, and from Tokwe Kutei in Uma here, Tokwe, let me thank you. Thank you for your reporting. We'll get back to you when we actually have some results and possibly more jubilation. Thank you. Maybe
during the collation, yes.
Absolutely.
Yes, we'll
thank
be at
you.
the collation center.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Now, while all of this is happening, of course, Tokwe reporting from Umuahia in Abia State, and before him, Dare Idowu reporting from Ibadan in Oyo State. Let's cross over the rivers, shall we, to the north, where our correspondent Hajara Aliu is in Bauchi. Hajara, good afternoon. What is happening where you are? First of all, start, of course, with where you are. Hajara. All right, we'll get back to Hajara in a moment. I understand that she's supposed to unmute. There's a mute button on the equipment she's using, which she's supposed to mute. But while we are getting all these reports, I mean, here in Lagos, as we said at the start of this segment, there have been some disturbing reports about intimidation, violence, which you referenced when you talked about snatching of ballot boxes and intimidation of voters and all of that. Of course, that's been going on, and we can only hope as we continue to highlight that fact that all is not hunky-dory in Lagos in particular. A lot of things have gone wrong.
Not at all, Ladi. Earlier on, we heard report, I think from Olu Phillips,
yes.
And we in fact saw the video of voters protesting in Ojo Cantonment. It appears, during every election cycle, there are peculiar challenges of violence, of voter intimidation in those areas. I wonder if it's Alimoshona or Ojo and Ajeromi Felodu, where voters are unable to vote, or there are reports of violence. We also saw Agor Palace Way as well. So
this is an eyewitness
absolutely.
Video. But let's put a pause on the discussion in Lagos. I understand Hajara is now ready. Hajara, good afternoon, and now I'm sure we are going to be able to hear you from Bauchi.
Good afternoon, Ladi. Sorry about that earlier. I'm at Circuit Polling Unit in Yakubu Wanka, Bauchi Metropolis. What is happening right now is that counting is ongoing. The election here at this polling unit began as early as 8 a.m. So they are voting and counting is ongoing. You can see that people are jubilating, even though the counting is still ongoing. But there's a who is going to win this polling unit at the I must say this, that the people of Bauchi have shown maturity in this election. We haven't reported any incidents of voters' intimidation or anything of that kind. It's been peaceful so far, even though people thought that there was
From all indications, Hajara's audio is proving challenging. But of course, we did hear enough to know that, one, she said that the elections have been fairly peaceful, no acts of violence have been reported. And we must, of course, proceed that with as at now, and that people have proved resilient, they behave with maturity, and that in very many places the elections, the voting started on time, and that now they've gotten to the stage that's the situation in Bauchi. Of course, we will return to Hajara.
In fact, there's more to find out from Hajara.
All right, Venerable. Good afternoon. I think vote counting has started across the country, and we're also keeping a tab on the IRF portal to see what's going on there. Across various places, the voting processes are ending, and more counting is supposed to be on in some of the places where the election started earlier, whereas in places where the election didn't start early, some voting exercises are still going on. And we are keeping tab on that.
I said it is good to put eyes on the IRF portal over there so as to know whether people are actually uploading the result as expected.